'cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave.
I don't know why you like it so much. It's not even real news.
Damn it, Josephine, I already done told you it's a combination of relevant news and topics of the day in a package that I find entertaining and palatable to assimilate at reasonable price, and it helps me unwind.
So this is your relax, huh?
Well, I wasn't until you got on my back, Josephine. Now, if you shut that ever-expanding cosmos of a hole you call a mouth, I could get back to it.
No, it's fake news.
Nope. Fake news is every time you tell folks you got a f***ing thyroid problem. Now, I know the only time that you mad, Josephine, it ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna work.
Fake news.
Nope.
No, it's fake.
Damn it, Josephine! Why you gotta do that? Why you gotta push me? You know it sets me off. Does this make you feel good about yourself? Does it make you feel good about yourself to push my buttons?
Relax, I was just joking.
I already done told you, Josephine, it's not funny. These guys are legit.
All right. You want to go to the Golden Corral?
I wouldn't go to Golden Corral if you were the last woman on earth and my life depended on it. Not after that last time you went, you're looking at a f***ing wanted poster you up on their wall. You're telling me for just $99 annually or $9.99 a month, Rumble Premium gives me enough ad-free exclusive content from Lighter with Crowder, Nick DiPaolo, Mr. Guns and Gear, Donald Trump Jr., and more to drown out Josephine's nagging bitch voice for good? It's a godforsaken investment.
Oh, I got some nice, what'd you call it? Turbulence? Is that what you call it in there?
What? No, it's a whirlwind.
It's a plane, but what's it called when it's in a like a whirlpool?
It's a whirlpool. That's it.
No.
Centrifugal force.
No, you said it. Whirlpool. You got it.
Sure.
I said whirlwind. I hope nobody heard it.
Well, careful. Now we can't. Now we can't. It's product placement for Whirlpool. Don't get started on your Maytag rant now.
I'm a Kenmore man.
I bet. Oh,
J.D. Vance Hansen Corporation.
I think.
Did you just say you were poor on air, Josh?
What?
Yeah.
All right, guys. Come on. We're better than this.
Great start, everybody.
We have a lot to get to today. The first trans member of Congress, Sarah McBride. We're going to talk about this person, and this person is the reason for the proposed new rule on Capitol Hill that biological men cannot use women's rooms. Of course, if you believe this, you'll be accused of waging a culture war. Also, a lot of people aren't talking about this. They're talking about Attorney General. They're talking about Secretary of Defense. Donald Trump's FCC director, Brendan Carr. We're going to be talking about him. You really do need to know a little bit more about him, because I guarantee you that there's going to be a war waged against this guy when they figure out, when the left, when I say they, I mean the left figures out what this guy is all about, and it directly affects not only this program, but what you can do online, I would argue, in a positive way. So let me ask you, what do you think is the most important thing that can be done with the FCC under a Trump administration? Obviously, we've talked about 230. Yeah. And look, we're also going to be talking about how Sharia law has come to, well, the United States, but certainly Washington State. Yep. And not all cultures are created equal. Another question for you. Which culture is created the least equal?
That's a question that gets you fired.
Yes, it does.
Yeah. Or banned.
We're just talking about Colton Wade. Like, everyone knows a Colton Wade, a redneck who thinks and everything, but they're right on some things.
Right.
And then they're like, well, when I was a boy, everyone knew that boys is boys and girls is girls. Like, yeah, okay. And everyone knows that Jews control the moon.
We're like, oh.
That's unconfirmed.
Yeah, right. Read it.
And then they're right about some like fringe things. You're like, wow, that makes you seem really intelligent. And then they mess up the moon.
Yes,
You know?
exactly. Like,
Well, Hillary Clinton apologized when she was Secretary of State because we infected a bunch of South Americans with gonorrhea and knowingly allowed it to spread so that we could study how we could deal with these diseases. You're like, oh, wow, that actually did
Turns out to
happen.
be true.
And I don't know if you know how many vowels are in your banker's last name.
Why does it go back to the Jews? The country boys get the Jews wrong every time.
Right. You sound like the kind of guy who probably would date one of them colored folk. I've heard enough out of you.
There's a ton of them in the comments right now.
And you know, let me
He's just like me.
right now, there's someone watching. Like,
You thought it. I thought you said it.
It was legit.
Too many people agree with you.
I knew you was just like me.
The place is crazy. Got about $10 extra on a log of Copenhagen.
None of that Zen shit. It's a mind control chemical agent from the Jews.
so if at some point today,
Okay.
if you haven't seen this yet, you're watching on YouTube, which you should not. You should be watching on Rumble. You may see this. Head on over to Rumble. It's a weekday show, 10 a.m. Eastern, live. We do this without a net. And yeah, even Fridays, if you are a member of Rumble Premium.
Yeah.
Since we've wasted some time, we have to cycle through this quickly. Gerald Captain Morgan, number 2 CEO. I hope you are well. When you hear this, you know him, you love him. Sunday, December 1st at Avenue Tattoo Studio in Lawton, Oklahoma. Josh Firestein, how are you?
Good.
Great. Maybe the best thing to come out of the Trump election is the real-time meltdown that we have seen of The View, which some people, I don't know, some people still watch it. And Sunny Hostin is a person. And she started the show yesterday by throwing. Remember we talked about Mika and Joe?
Yeah.
How they met with Donald Trump and how basically, of course, they have seen their ratings plummet and they needed to kiss his ass. There's a lot of fake news out there, by the way, surrounding this, where some people have been circulating a fake True Social post from Donald Trump. He didn't write that. So I just want to be clear about that on the outset. But it doesn't change the fact that Sunny Hostin was furious that Joe Scarborough and Mika even considered providing two sides of the story.
Look, the bottom line is that America needs a free press that is willing to speak truth to power right now. And I don't think you need to sit down for 90 minutes at Mar-a-Lago and kiss his ring to be able to speak truth and to be able to cover a story. So maybe they're not journalists in the true sense. Maybe they're saying that they're opinion journalists.
Just like McDonald's.
We have to remember that Trump is the guy who ushered in the era of fake news.
Ah,
he is the guy
that's
who ushered in alternative facts. He is the guy who attacked 3 Black female journalists. He's the guy that revoked Jim Acosta's press credentials for asking him a question.
So he's the guy who ushered in the era of fake news. I just want to make sure that I understand that correctly. When you go all the way back, and we know that Brian Williams was lying, I mean, gosh, for how long until he was caught? Walter Cronkite said that you couldn't be a journalist, in his opinion, and not be a liberal. Do we want to look at the donations throughout history that come from ABC, NBC, CBS? You talk about not sitting down and kissing the ring of Donald Trump. Well, let me ask you this. Whose ring do you kiss? Hey, how does this occur in nature where you have an entire panel of cackling, walking hot flashes who share the opinion, aside from the kind of moderate Republican who also, by the way, just happens to share your opinion? Whose ring are you kissing? Do you employ everyone there? Are you signing the fronts of checks? Or are you signing the backs of checks? If you are signing the back of a check from a giant corporation, guess what? You are kissing the ring somehow. And certainly, it couldn't be more true than when you're dealing with legacy media. I just love how they do this. Like, sitting down. Okay. All you did was gang up and bully Donald Trump through every weapon you had available.
Yeah. And by the way, Donald Trump didn't invent fake news. He called it out.
Yes.
Right. And people, do you remember people like
Seth
Fox
Meyers
Live?
used the term fake news.
Yes.
People didn't realize it was something that started from the left.
The left started,
and Donald Trump.
Yeah, they did Fox Lies too during the Obama administration.
Right.
Remember, people would say, "Oh, Fox Lies, Fox Lies." They would just say that Fox is making up news, and Donald Trump was like, "No, actually, this is fake. You're fake news because of this specific thing."
Right.
We saw it in this election. How can you not? What kind of a hole do you live in the ground where you don't understand that happened?
Well, she lives in the same hole in the ground where she gets to blame the victory of Donald Trump. Rather than learn from this and understand that maybe they are very out of touch, in New York City, where everyone there is privileged. And it's not just privilege. I don't just mean that you're largely white. I don't just mean that you all are raised in Manhattan or, maybe two privileged, wealthy parents. I mean, people live a life that is so disconnected. You know what New York City is? It's the biggest city filled with rednecks in the country. You have people who grow up in New York City, and I mean this, they have no exposure to the rest of this country. They don't know how you live. You have a lot of people in New York City who have never driven a car, who think the world operates with public transport, default Democrat candidates, that everyone should, crime, major city pollution. They think that exists across the country. They don't know what it's like to live in, I don't know, Texas, in suburban Michigan, to be able to walk out your house to your driveway, get in a car, and drive anywhere you want at your convenience. People say that New York City is so convenient. What they mean is they get to go out and party. Outside of that, if you have family, it is decidedly inconvenient to live in New York. It's not the greatest city in the world. I think that it is an embarrassment for this nation, at least as it stands today. So let's go on with this very privileged ivory tower view as she blames white, uneducated people for Trump.
I know that as a country, it's very difficult for people to believe that racism and misogyny, they're just alive and well. My lived experience tells me that it does still exist.
Pause. Maybe it's not because people are racist or misogynist. Maybe, just maybe, if we're going, this is all predicated on your behavior on air being who you are. Could be because you're a raging bitch.
I wonder how much of discrimination led to her being able to afford her Carmen Sandiego jacket.
Yes. I don't know how much racism one experiences to walk into the expensive designer store and say, "Give me the Liberace," but
with your private security,
you may not think that it exists. Well, hold on a second. This is why we did the change. Give me an example of systemic racism in this country, aside from affirmative action against white males,
people, and Asians,
and yeah.
Well, wait. Oh, so now we go to your lived experience. Oh, we're back in that realm of your truth. Hold on, let me guess. If I call you out, you're going to say that we're waging a false culture war, but we'll get to that. Let's continue.
Experience doesn't tell you that it exists. There's a clear racial divide in who voted for Trump as opposed to who voted for.
Hold on, pause. It's not actually that clear, because if you look at Hispanic Latino, it's 52-46, and Hispanic males voted for Donald Trump. Mm-hmm. So even in her own argument, it's not particularly clear. Like, hey, how do you explain that? What about their lived experience?
Oh,
it's just you. Again, see my previous point. Let's continue.
It's very clear. It's not only clear by race, but it's also clear by education. And so the notion somehow that is not true. This is by education. Those who attended college voted for her at a higher degree than those that didn't.
But I've said that.
Let me just finish. And so I've said that before.
Shut up,
and there was
silly
so
woman.
much backlash because I think it's an uncomfortable, inconvenient truth about this country.
And this is what the left loves to do. They'll say that they hate labels while they hide behind labels. Now, I don't have a problem with labels. I don't have a problem with ism. For example, I'm a conservative. I subscribe to conservatism. That's my worldview. Okay? I'm very honest about it. They're communists. So they then hide behind the labels that really hold no water, like, educated. Can we disabuse people of this notion that a college degree means you're educated, means you're informed in 2024? Why use that metric and not use the metric? Because the reason that metric was used once upon a time was getting a college education, when you were actually going and getting a generalized education with then extended education in your specialized field, that you could make a better income, right? That's not the case today. The metrics that would matter would be, if we're looking for people to live fruitful lives, to be contributing members of society, let's take people who make an income, I don't know, of let's say 80 or 90,000 more per year. Let's take people who, have a decent savings, who don't have debt, who've maybe owned their house outright, who have successful families, who are active members of the community. Let's take other metrics. The idea that just a college degree means you are somehow more educated. I have never met more idiots, more functionally retarded people in my life than the college educated. And I mean this, I say this without a hint of hyperbole, in the 21st century. Someone can have a college degree and they could have no savings, debt from said college degree because it's gender studies, or for example, media studies, which, by the way, I studied in college. I was that idiot. I studied media.
You got out.
I was a moron, right? Didn't make me any more educated. I left college dumber than when I went in.
I have a year and a half of credits just for being in the Army, just for existing in the Army.
There you go.
I didn't do. That doesn't make me any smarter. I wore a rucksack. Congratulations.
You mark that down as some college
education.
Yeah, exactly. But there's two things here that she's saying. One, just say what you mean to say. Stupid people voted for Donald Trump and smart people voted for Kamala Harris.
That's what
she's trying to say to the American people, but she's just trying to, like, I guess, make it sound a little bit more palatable. And two, what that really shows is the longer you stay in, the more indoctrinated you become.
Yeah.
That's another aspect of this. It's not making the point that I think she's trying to make with this. It's a stupid metric.
It makes the point,
all of that.
Yes, it makes the point if you believe, college degree means that this person is clearly more informed. No one wants to run those numbers. No one wants to conduct those studies and see just how uninformed many of our college educated in this country truly are. I would actually wager, I would bet my bottom dollar that people who have gone to trade school and started moderately, I'm using a very conservative approach here, moderately successful businesses would be significantly more educated, informed than those attending higher education right now. And I bet you would actually probably have higher IQs right now, at this point in time in history, because it's a smarter path. It's a better path if you want to live a better life. And by the way, we're going to be talking about this and more. We've talked about Rumble Premium here in the past. Mug Club is now Rumble Premium. Rumble Premium is Mug Club. You get to keep watching today if you just click that button. $99 annually, $9.99 a month, and you get us, Mr. Guns and Gear, the Friday show, 100% more show. You get Nick DiPaolo, Donald Trump Jr., everything else that's going to Rumble Premium. 17% market share on election night. Let's make that 50%. It is the fight back. Go create your own YouTube. Well, it exists. More tip jars, you can join one place.
And it makes your life better.
It makes
your better life.
Significantly
Rumble
better.
Premium.
Here's another question.
Oh.
Have you heard of this? Well, first, let me ask you, are you solo poly? I know what you're thinking. That's an oxymoron.
It sounds like a nickname for a lonely guy in the mob.
Yes. That's all solo poly. Yeah.
Hey, never got a girl around him. Look at him. He stinks. He smells. He eats cake all day.
That's right. Poly, if you don't get your act together, you always got to be solo. But actually, it means someone who's polyamorous with themselves.
Oh, boy.
And so whenever the left accuses you of waging a fake culture war, just remember that this was put out and amplified on TikTok. Unironically, this is the newest gender, sexual preference. I don't know. Insert whatever term here. Let's watch this freak show. Hit YouTube dump. Explain it.
What do people mean when they say they're solo poly? Here are some quick facts that you might not know about. Solo poly or solo polyamory is a subset of polyamory where a person prioritizes individual autonomy over any other sort of relationship. But someone that's solo poly might be interested in having multiple emotional relationships, but they don't want to have any obligation to preference any of those relationships over their relationship with themselves. It's important to know that they can still want deep, emotional, ongoing commitment with other people. But whether they're single or in emotional connection with several people, they might not necessarily want to identify as being in a committed relationship with other people.
So narcissist. just to be clear.
I didn't know there was a group for this.
I don't want to prioritize other people's needs, wants, basic human conditions above my me time.
Unless it's convenient.
I didn't know narcissist could be a sexual orientation, but that's so freeing.
We've enabled it while accusing traditional masculine behavior of narcissism.
Yes, I thought this was just like being a gigolo.
You know this? It's if you work too much, you're a narcissist. If you take pride in your work, or if you're self-critical, that's reverse narcissism. If you're a dancing sprite wearing sequins, demanding everyone look at you, well, by God, that's just a healthy self-esteem. So here's the guide to being solo poly, featuring, this is real, the mascot for the solo poly community. It is a black Muslim peg-legged woman.
What?
Oh,
Why would you do that?
so a Somali.
Yes. I am your solo poly now.
Hold on. This is
This is
am
real.
a
Let me
lover
read
now.
the
We're
description.
getting trolled.
Solo poly people tend to see themselves as their own primary. They usually have multiple separate or intertwined polyamorous relationships. They don't depend on the relationship escalator to express their commitment. This is what they do, right? Everything normal is bad and everything freaky, bizarre, and unhealthy is good. So when they say relationship escalator, here's what they mean. They mean a relationship where you go through phases and often experience personal growth. Escalator. We don't rely on that. We remain stagnant and pricks for life.
I'm just as good as I ever was.
My
Yes.
mother's basement is nice.
And I know you'll think this is silly, but again, does anyone want to use the slippery slope argument anymore? Remember we were talking about same-sex marriage? You can go back to me then in 2009, 2010. I don't think the way you're going to let this ends up. It's a slippery slope.
Yeah, we
Don't
already
listen to-
slipped.
They're never coming for your kids. Now it's minor attracted persons. No. The transgender discussion. No, we're just talking about adults. No one's talking about children. No one's talking about men in women's sports. Today's freak show that we laugh at is what will be normalized next. And when you say no,
This is really cool. Are you doing okay?
no, that's a bridge too far. They will accuse you of waging a fake culture war. So let me break this down, make sure I understand this. Solo poly. I get to have a girlfriend, right? And all the benefits therein.
Right.
And spend Thanksgiving alone without their family? Yes. It's a good sell. I'm not going to lie to you. Like that makes
one turkey sandwich and some
Yeah.
cranberry sauce.
like no. I can't listen to your needs or wants. I'm solo poly. I'm going into the solo portion. You're poly. I'm solo right now.
Gosh.
So you prioritize yourself, meaning you don't want to listen to crap that you don't care about. Then you don't want a relationship with the opposite sex. That's half of what every relationship is pretending you give a crap about things you don't give a crap about. You don't have to give a crap about what she gives a crap about. You just have to give a crap about her. And same thing for you. You think she wants to hear about your fantasy football league for the third time? No, just like you don't want to hear about her knitting club, but you love each other, so you listen and you pretend like it matters.
What if I get drunk and practice solo poly on myself? And then later I'm like regretting the decision and I go, oh no, wait, I slept with myself and I didn't want to sleep with myself. And now I've raped myself. Oh no, I gotta report myself.
Exactly.
Me too.
That being said, I deserved it. I was asking for it.
You should have seen what I was wearing when I got drunk.
Which brings me, you think this is bad? People don't realize this because now when you combine these new categories, these new gender preferences, along with the mental health crisis in this country, a new group has emerged, the solo poly schizophrenic gender.
All right, tell me about your sex life.
Oh, dude, it rips. I'm crushing it, Doc.
And how do you think your partner feels?
Oh, I love it. I do declare. And I love you too if you fancy yourself a Southern Belle.
Who are you talking to?
Southern Belle. You look like the Liberty Bell.
Me?
He was talking to me, Mr. Doctor. Oh, how I love me a medical man.
Let's not focus on me. Let's keep talking about you.
Me? Talking to me? Because, well, it's been an adjustment, but, we all got to make our sacrifices here and there, don't you know?
Who is we? Are there any others?
No me digas a puedo amar, pendejo.
Oh, I wasn't trying.
He like a me for my limp noodle.
That's a little outside my purview.
All right, well, are we about done here? Because I got a lunch date.
With who?
Who's the guy he's on first?
Okay, but what is the...
No.
guy?
What's on second?
All right. I get it. And I don't know who's on third base?
Oh, honey, I think I do know who's getting to third base tonight.
Why?
No. Why is the guy that's in left field?
And you know what? It makes just as much sense. So here's the thing. When you simply absolve people of the responsibilities of being an adult, then you end up with an entire generation of people who quit and stop viewing news after an election that they don't like. That's why the left can't deal with adversity. The left can't deal with adversity because the solo poly community never had a dad say, "What?" And so when you just say, "Yeah, all of this is acceptable, all perverse ambitions are acceptable," you don't deal with the real problem. There's a real problem, by the way, with Gen Z in relationships.
Yeah.
And we're not dealing with it. So 56% of Gen Z blame fear of rejection for not pursuing a relationship. 57% of Gen Z fear it would be a turnoff to actually confess their feelings. 77% of Gen Z admit to ghosting someone, meaning it's all about themselves. They're not treating people as human beings. Ghosting someone, and I'm sure that everyone has maybe done something like that to some degree, but not treating people like a meat factory like we do today. And you're going to end up with a generation of people who don't get married, who don't have meaningful relationships because they're pursuing some new label in order to gain popularity with people they'll never meet on a subject that no one cares about and ultimately a life that doesn't matter. We're not dealing with the real problem, but you do have to push back, even though they'll accuse you of waging a fake culture war. That's where we are. That's where we are. That's why the solo poly thing is just the objectum sexual thing was a big deal where someone married the Eiffel Tower.
Yes, I remember that.
There weren't enough wet wipes in the world.
I hope this swings back the other way with the generation getting more conservative because it has to. This doesn't lead anywhere good.
No.
Right. If men, and we've talked about this before, men not wanting to enter into relationships, not wanting to get married until later in life or even at all. Like, this is horrible for culture.
Hey, Doc.
Like,
yes,
this kind of stuff has to be made fun of by both sides.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Can you hear me okay?
What? Let me give you a really simple metric, okay? Follow this on a graph. Maybe someone could put this on a graph. The emotional correlates with the record number of erectile males. That shouldn't happen. When I was that age, my parents had to raise the furniture like a Great Dane's tail. Do you have any idea for a young, healthy male now to have, they're marketing boner pills to teenage boys, to 20-year-old men now. Think about that. There's a big enough market. Yeah, well, maybe it's also because you're not having emotionally fulfilling relationships. Doesn't mean that everyone's gotten it right, but that doesn't mean that we have to make everything acceptable. Everyone knows the only way to truly practice self-love is to treat yourself with a nice cup of Joe.
Alice, You missed with the toast. You missed with the eggs.
Be a sport, Herb, and try the coffee.
Coffee. Oh, your coffee's always a real treat.
This is 1775 coffee, just like your mother used to make when she would entertain her male friends. Her great many male friends. For sex.
Alice!
You can't miss with 1775 coffee, unlike you on a golf course.
Alice!
Or like when you thought kissing cousins was a thing.
Alice!
It doesn't force an agenda down your throat, and it doesn't make your kids gay. They're the coffee of freedom. I can say whatever I want, and they're not going to judge me for it. You're going to love it.
That's great.
I knew it.
That's great tasting coffee, Alice.
So it's all right about the toast?
Uh-huh.
And the eggs?
Uh-huh.
And you're going to mow the grass?
Uh-huh.
Tone down the domestic battery?
Uh-huh.
And kick your lazy freeloading sister out of our house?
Alice! Great tasting coffee, Alice.
1775 coffee, revolting against shitty coffee, supporting freedom of speech and the First Amendment. 1775coffee.com/Crowder. Code Crowder for 10% off. You're gonna love it.
Yeah. It is. I'm not just. It's great coffee. You get the roast date. I love this whole bean pea berry, the dark roast. And I'll warn you, people, if you really like over roasted coffee, like an extra well done butterflied steak, it's not for you. It's what was traditionally a dark roast, so you still get flavor. But I don't even like dark roast coffee, and this is all we drink at home. Great company. All right, CNN. We're going to stay tuned because they're about to discuss the Sarah McBride. Forgive me if I get names wrong today, because a lot of new names I had to learn, and the gender I will get wrong at some point. That's going to happen, and by that I mean right.
You get it right, yeah.
So
just may have to hit the dump button
before we go to Sarah McBride and Nancy Mason, the situation that we're seeing there. I don't know if you know this. Sharia law is enriching the United States, because all cultures are equal, and it's particularly enriching the Pacific Northwest, where an Iraqi parent tried honor had time.
Yes.
It's like you had that with Iran at one point in time. Remember Egypt? Remember you thought Turkey? Oh no, it's taken two. Now, so add time. And you see that with a lot of examples of people out there who are Islamic apologists. Now, this doesn't mean all Muslims in the United States, to be clear. I am talking about wherever Islam actually becomes the basis for a system of law. That is how you judge a culture and a religion, not by individuals who don't have the political power. Now we can look to microcosms here in the States, and this has been increasing. It's alarming. For those of you who don't remember, in Buffalo, remember this story in 2009. For some reason, I thought it was Toronto. But in Buffalo, there was a founder of a TV network, a Muslim TV network dedicated to stopping Islamophobia in the West.
Good.
Yeah, and this was a guy that would bring on shows and he would discuss Islamophobia, how we have to combat. Well, he honor killed his wife. He murdered his wife.
Whoops. No. That's the part of it they promote.
And we're going to go through some examples. This is the cultural relativism, which is incompatible with MAGA, with American exceptionalism. You know, Dr. Ben Carson said that he didn't believe the Quran and Sharia law, that it could not coexist with the Constitution. And he gave very specific examples. And he was accused of being a self-loathing black at that point.
Right.
So this is where the left trips all over themselves. Kind of like, I'm willing to bet that Ben and Jerry hate RFK Jr., where they should be natural bedfellows. Right? That's just their socialism, their totalitarianism has to supersede all of the other isms. And then the cultural relativism, unfortunately, kind of apply. Don't get into the discussion of any Islamic country at all whatsoever on gays, let alone transgender, queer. It's just any culture that is not the United States, we have to elevate. I think that we shouldn't elevate all cultures, to be clear. I think we should conquer them. That's my opinion. So, cultural relativism. Let's just read the definition of this really quickly. All the references available, every show, link in the sidebar. The position that there is no universal standard to measure cultures by, and that all cultures are equally valid and must be understood in their own terms. So what this means is those on the left want to tell you that there's no objective truth as it relates to, analyzing culture. Let me give you some examples here as to why it cannot function in a society. Child marriage is an example.
Yeah.
And we've seen this here in the United States. I know you're shocked. No, it happens here, usually in bastions of liberalism. So in New York in 1998, Naila Amin was forced into marriage at 15 years old, then to Pakistan, where she was forced to marry her 28-year-old cousin.
Yes.
New York City, 2024. This is not Islam. It's actually a Jewish cult. Sorry, Sam from HR. 3 Lev Tahor cult members were arrested for smuggling children to be married off to other cult members. Now, you can read that story and people go, well, that's awful. That's terrible. You go, But what about all the countries where that's actually enshrined into law? That's why we have an American culture here. We need to bring American culture back.
Yeah.
Hey, white picket fence, mom and dad and dog in the yard, kids, family, productive members of society. No. We don't marry children. No. We don't allow people to enter here illegally. We build strong communities and we have strong male leaders. Let's go to child marriage, though, as we're looking at most examples globally do take place under Islam or, of course, African warlords. You may say, well, that's just a bastardization. Okay, then how does it always become law? Well, let's go to the Quran, 65:4. As for your women past the age of menstruation, in case you do not know, their waiting period is 3 months, and those who have not menstruated as well, which almost seems like you just opened the floodgates. Like you're like, oh, okay, I guess their first menstrual cycle. Oh, and those who haven't? So that's pretty much everybody.
Yeah.
Trump won, and we couldn't do nothing about it. And that's it.
I can believe it. I can't fucking.
they'll blame you of waging a fake culture war. Don't take your foot off the gas because they won't. They'll try and present as though they're more moderate. They're going to keep this going. I promise you.
You know, this fake culture war just got a lot faker. Fun fact. Congress people have bathrooms in their office. So the only reason that McBride would need to take
in his mouth is this just a photo op? And he did. Apparently he actually ate please hold. Mike Johnson was saying, yeah, he actually ate it. He actually ate some of it. Please hold. Sorry, we've had a technical difficulty. This clip is great because Johnson says, no, he actually did. He actually ate that thing. I mean, it's crazy. Pretty sure I bookmarked it, but for some reason I did not open it today because I have about 1 trillion bookmarks. Let's see. Can I just search for this thing? It was great. Mike Johnson says, no, he ate the food, man. All right, let me search. See if we can find it. Here's a search for it. Anyone see that clip? You know what I'm talking about? Johnson, RFK. Let's search. I'm going to be upset if I can't find it because it was a great clip. It's not coming up. All right, I'll try to find it later. But RFK Jr. apparently actually ate it, man. Let's see if Mike Johnson says this. Oh, I'm bummed. I had that clip. I'll dig it up later. All right. Bummer. I'll try to find it. Okay, it was funny. But Mike Johnson said he actually ate it. I think he actually ate the food. I don't think I'm supposed to say that, but he did actually eat it. So the Democrats continue to cope. And here is what one Democrat was saying on Fox News. They're now pointing to the polls and saying, or the election results, and saying Trump didn't actually win the majority of America, so it wasn't that big of a victory, Republicans.
One thing, though, that and I'm not saying that there isn't a lot of work to do, because there absolutely is. For people who are talking about this as if we got completely decimated, the numbers don't bear that out. So Trump didn't cross 50% of the popular vote. So the majority of Americans didn't vote for him, and Senate Democrats performed really well. So people like Ruben Gallego, Tammy Baldwin, Jackie Rosen in Nevada, they ran 7-8 points ahead of Kamala Harris, which is what was predicted. And that does show that this normie coalition can't exist. It was that Trump had a special sauce at the top of the ticket for a lot of people.
Isn't it true?
One thing.
So they'll have fun with that. If the popular vote continues to shrink up, they'll be excited about that to say it's not that big of a mandate. We can continue to do whatever the hell we want because we're Democrats. And I'm hopeful that they do. I'm hopeful that they don't change a damn thing because they think that they're so smart. They've been so condescending to everybody. Their policies are an absolute disaster. And it's time for a change. Now they're not even recognizing the extent of their failures. So that was over on Fox. Now we had some more fallout from the Joe and Mika Brzezinski show. They, of course, went down to Mar-a-Lago. They kissed the ring. They groveled like pathetic individuals. And it's good for Team Trump. It's good for Team MAGA, even if they are CIA cutouts. They are two individuals who are bending the knee. And so for all the Democrats who are on the Democratic side, these two were a pillar for like 7 years of anti-Trump insanity. And for them to buckle, that has to be so deflating. Could you imagine? It'd be like me coming out and being like, not that I'm a CIA cutout or anything, analogous to these people, but it'd be like myself. Like I would feel disgusted with myself if we were screaming about something about Kamala, or Biden, like the analogous thing would be like if I came out and I was like, you guys, you know what? It's kind of wrong about the DOJ. We should really reconsider what they've done. And Merrick Garland and Christopher Wray are good people. And Jack Smith's a good person. We should go talk to Jack Smith and have a conversation with him. And I was wrong. And now it's all about communication. Okay. So, but I'm still going to hold him accountable. Everybody here would be like, are you out of your friggin' mind? And I wouldn't blame you because I would be out of my mind. Like, what are you talking about? You spent we've only been doing this for 4 years now. And coming up on 4 years. And the show, they've been doing it for almost a decade, ranting and raving, and then they just reverse course. It's very strange behavior. So it's either a financial incentive. Okay, they're like bleeding viewers and they think this is going to salvage them. They got an instruction from high above. Upper command said, this is now what you say. And they're just good little peons. But as far as I can tell, they have no integrity. They're just people who have propaganda talking points that they come out and deliver. They are actors. That's it. They read and say whatever they're told to read and say. And it's pretty disgusting. Now, after they came out and admitted this and walked back everything they've been dedicated to for the last decade, now they're having to face the audience. And here's what that sounded like.
I just want to say thank you, first of all, to everybody who was so kind last night, but also thank you. Willie, yesterday I saw for the first time what a massive disconnect there was between social media and the real world.
Wow.
Because we were flooded with phone calls from people all day, literally around the world. Very positive, very supportive, going, I understand what you do, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But once in a while, I would get a text or a call from someone and go, oh, man, I hope you're doing okay. And I call him back and I go, well, Eddie Glaude was one of them. I go, Eddie, are you on Twitter? And he goes, I am. I go, okay, well, I'm not. So we've had a good day. Mika just had a wonderful event. That is fantastic. We're going to do all of us are going to do the best we can do, and we're all working towards a better America.
Take it day by day.
Day by day. And again, you can predict the future by shaping the future. But the reason I wanted to talk about that 1/4 of Americans voted for Donald Trump, about 1/4 voted for Kamala Harris is there's another election in 2 years. Now, I don't care who wins and how big they win. We've seen time and again, and we talk about it. Americans go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth with their picks. If Republicans, if Donald Trump, if Republican senators put in as an attorney general,
Matt Gaetz is coming.
Somebody that
get ready.
3 women have testified, I believe, if I'm correct.
Okay, there's no
he had
charges.
sex with an underage woman at a drug-fueled
Will you
party.
stop smearing
And
him?
what I read
The
in the Wall
DOJ
Street Journal
investigated
was
it. They
he
didn't
paid
prosecute
2
that at
other
all.
women for sex.
And there was an investigation into a blackmail
is something
operation.
that Republican senators and Donald Trump are okay with, there will be consequences at the voting booth 2 years from now. And of course, we always say, oh, we won. Oh,
yeah, okay. I guess he's saying we're just going to allow them to put Matt Gaetz in because then the American people will be so disgusted by that then they will lose their Senate seats in the next election. Not so sure about that there, Joe. Sounds like a little bit of cope to me. But you can see, I hope they don't change a dang thing. Now, these two are squirming around right now. We can't really figure out what they're doing, but it feels like they're desperate, and it is transparently pathetic. And hopefully their viewers, seems like they're recognizing that. They're waking up to it. You can smell the inauthenticity. And this is what MSNBC is continuing with. We'll see if it carries on, because I don't know how this model can stay. Are there people who are going to stay by them and say this is a legitimate commentary news program when all they do is lie to their viewers based on whatever's convenient? We'll see. All right, so let's jump over to some other updates. All right, so I got a couple updates here. We got this Georgia story, which is a pretty interesting one. I'll see what you guys think about it. We've got a Diddy update. We'll talk Elon and this liberal who thinks that the election was stolen, and then we'll see what we got with the House Republicans. But this is an interesting one, and it's kind of a shorter story, but we'll update this. Yeah, well, yeah, when did I start the show? March 2020 is the show. So 21, 22, 23, 24. So in 2025, it'll be, in March 2025, it'll be 5 years. Wow. Yeah, so it's over 4 years. Man, time flies. Yeah, because we've had a full election. We did 2020 election, and we just did the, yeah, wow. So March 2020, yeah. Time flies, baby. Man, it's going quickly, but we're having tons of fun. It's what happens when you have fun. All right, here's this story. A Georgia mom was arrested after her 10-year-old son was walking down the street. Cops showed up, said, "What are you doing out here, young man?" Said, "You shouldn't be out here." Brought him back home. Mom went to jail, got arrested. Now, this is troubling to some people because they say the 10-year-old son was perfectly capable of walking around. This mom homeschools him and was not worried about it at all. Here's the story. It says a Georgia mom is speaking out, not in Fulton County, not in Fannyland, but says after she was arrested for reckless conduct. Okay, she posted this news story about this, wrote it, and communicated it to Jane Ridley and shared her story. This is the mom. This is the son. Brittany Patterson, her son just turned 11, and that's what he looked like. And so let me know what you think about this. Do you think this is reckless conduct? Let's see. When her nearly 11-year-old son was found walking alone near their home. Now, in an essay, Brittany Patterson, we'll take a look at it. A 41-year-old real estate broker and mother of 4 said she was at a doctor's appointment. She was there with her 14-year-old son when she got a phone call from the sheriff. Calls her. He's from Fannin County. A deputy said that her other son, Soren, who you just saw, he's nearly 11, was walking alone. Patterson said he was a little bit less than a mile away from the home in the woods where he's homeschooled. Now, Patterson wasn't aware that her son was out walking alone, but didn't concern her. She said, well, she knows the roads in the area, believes her son is mature enough to walk on his own. But the deputy disagreed and ended up driving her son home. The deputy said it wasn't safe because it was a dangerous road. She said all kinds of things could have happened, including being kidnapped. So is it a female officer? Patterson recalled. Patterson described their home as a 16-acre compound in the woods with an in-law suite for her father, who's, quote, always home. She said her mom and her sisters live in a separate house. It's a 3-minute walk, and the children often go back and forth. When she got home from the doctor's office, she fussed at Soren for leaving without saying where he was going. He apologized, and the family carried on. My husband, Josh, and I were both raised with a lot of freedom and independence. We're free-range parents who want the same kind of life for our children. But guess what? That evening, deputies came back to her home and they arrested Patterson for reckless conduct. All right. So let's say, like, even if you agree or maybe disagree, and 10 years old, what is 10 years old? What grade is 10 years old in? What age is that? Is that like 4th grade, 5th grade? In the United States, 5th grade. Okay. So 10 years old in 5th grade. All right. Yeah. I was riding my bike everywhere, all over the place. 4th grade, in 4th and 5th grade, in 5th grade for sure. In 5th grade, I was biking everywhere. All right. Free range, man, all over the place, and never got arrested for that. Now, even if you thought, well, that's a little young, or maybe that's reckless or whatever, Mama G knows what's up. I think it was probably 5th grade for me. The cop says the cop can just check in, right? Hey, are you supposed to be out here? Hey, does your mom know you're here? Hey, mom, okay, let me bring you home. That's the end of it, right? That's the end of the story. Thanks, officer. Thanks for checking in. You're done. Thanks for protecting and serving. Have a nice day. Go out and find somebody actually bad. Okay, we're free-range parents. That evening, deputies returned to her home. Kay Bean says, I was babysitting at 11 years old. So was I. I'd ride my bike over and babysit other kids in 5th grade is what I was doing. No joke. And I actually babysat this kid named Robbie. What's up? Actually, no. I babysat his older brothers, and then Robbie came along after the fact. Great family. Thank you. What's up, Jason and Kathy? Love you guys. So it's kind of ridiculous, right? If you can do that, if you can babysit another kid and you can get arrested for this, just check in the family. Okay, drop the kid off. That's fine. But that evening, deputies returned to her home. They came back and they arrested her. Patterson was handcuffed in front of Soren, booked into jail, fingerprinted, and placed in an orange jumpsuit. Oh my gosh. Her family paid the $500 bail to get her out. It's not funny. Deputies also, I'm smiling because it's sick, like how insane this is. And this woman, shout out to her for fighting back, man. Deputies also contacted the Division of Child and Family Services, which sent a case manager to visit the home and to interview the children. because they're probably abused by the homeschool mom. Authorities now say they'll drop the charges if Patterson agrees to sign a safety plan for her children, requiring her to designate, quote, a safety person to watch over them when Patterson isn't home. Okay, so the government's now going to tell you how to parent your kids. Sign this plan because our plan's better than your plan. It also requires her to download a tracking app on Soren's phone. She has retained a lawyer and so far hasn't signed the document. Are all parents going to have to put GPS on their kids? Says David DeLugas, a lawyer for her. The parents get to decide for their children unless it's unreasonably dangerous. Now, a GoFundMe has been set up. It's raised more than 40 grand. Clearly, no one holds a mom degree, an MOM degree, said one commenter on the GoFundMe. Perhaps they should initiate a sting operation. Call all the dads in the county and see how many can account for the whereabouts of their children at any moment in time. See where that leads. Hey, do you know where your son is? School? It's Saturday. Oh. I have a son? Oh, yeah. I forgot about him. Yeah. If convicted, she faces up to a year in jail, and it's just insane. Okay, so hadn't read that story. We read it together, and it's just terrible. So here's what she said. This is her story from mom. She says, all right, here's the deal. And this is a picture of the two. You can see nice looking family. Doesn't look like anybody's abusing anybody or anything. Says, this is her, Brittany Patterson. She's 41. She's a real estate broker, mom of 4. She homeschools her kids. I don't have kids, but when I do have kids, homeschool is what we're looking at. So my cell phone rang at lunchtime, she says. On October 30th, 2024, near the end of my 14-year-old son Evander's doctor's appointment. Hello, hi, yeah. Hello, madam. This is the sheriff's department, the police. The deputy asked if I knew that my youngest son, Soren, who was about to turn 11, was alone in our downtown area. You know where your son's at? No, I don't. Turned out he'd walked just under a mile from our house in the woods where he's homeschooled. The deputy wanted to know why he was there, how he got there, why I didn't know where he was. I was annoyed with Soren for going into town without telling me or other family members first, but I wasn't panicking. I just said, okay, I told her that I knew the roads and that he was mature enough to walk down there without incident. Now, the deputy said it wasn't safe. It was a dangerous road. She said all kinds of things could have happened. He could have been kidnapped. 15 minutes later, as I rushed home from the doctor's, my dad called to say the police had dropped Soren off. Okay, end of it, all right? End of the situation. Done. Thanks, cops. My mom and I chastised him for leaving the house without telling us where he was going and how long he was going to be. That's the end of it, right? We discussed what had happened. Soren was supposed to accompany me to the appointment, but he wasn't there when I called out to say it was time to go. So she left. I figured he decided he wanted to stay. I wasn't concerned because I knew he'd be back in an hour and a half. We live in a rural 16-acre compound that includes our house, which contains an in-law suite for my dad, who's always home. My mom and sisters live in a building that's a 3-minute walk away. The kids, we also have 2 daughters, Enola and Salah, 12, always go back and forth between the properties. And we grew up with a lot of independence. My husband, Josh, works as a superintendent of schools in Montana. We were both raised with a lot of freedom and independence. We're free-range parents who want the same kind of life for our kids. They're allowed to go back into the woods and dig and build forts exactly how we were. We lived on the north side of Squaw Peak or Piestewa Peak. And so my brother and I, Eric and I, and my cousins, Mark, we'd all go back in the mountains for a day, a full, just gone. And there's no cell phones or anything. At one point we had beepers. Okay, we got a beeper at one point. Didn't work on the mountains anyways. We go back there for hours all day. Come home like 7 o'clock, dark at night. Hiking down the mountain when it's pitch, getting dusk out. Not a big deal. They ride their dirt bikes. They walk over to the neighbor's house where there's a nice flat spot to play basketball. And I lived in the city. Soren told me he'd gotten bored that lunchtime and just wanted to go for a walk. He walked into our small town of 370 people along the verge of the road, which has a speed limit of 25 to 35 miles per hour. He wandered through the gas station to say hi to his friend's grandma who works there. She wasn't around, so he went into the Dollar General. He was on his way back home when a lady outside the post office called him over to her car. She asked if I was okay, and I said, yeah, I was. She asked him who his mom was, and he told her my name. Then the son got a little nervous. He didn't feel like he should be talking to her and just walked away. I guess that at some point, she called the police. So I didn't fuss at Soren for walking to the dollar store because I think that's fine. I fussed at him for not letting me know when he was going to leave the property. Just let me know. It's okay. It was a communication thing. So he apologized. We moved on with the afternoon. It was over. So around 6:30 p.m., this deputy sheriff and another maniac officer with nothing better to do spent their whole afternoon talking about this. Well, the mom said, well, should we talk to the supervisor? Probably had a friggin' conference meeting about this and had to debate it. I opened the door. I held my finger up. I said, can you give me a moment to end my phone call with my client? She's on the phone working. Deputy said, you need to step outside now. They asked me to turn around, put my hands behind my back. Soren, the kid, was sitting right there watching the whole thing. They said that I was under arrest on a charge of reckless conduct and took my phone. At the station, they fingerprinted me. They stripped me down, made me change clothes into an orange jumpsuit. They scanned my body and took my mugshot. These are cops. I was only in there for an hour and a half. My mom and sister paid $500 for me to be released on bail. I was back home by 8:30. Woman completely violated by insane cops who stripped her down, scanned her body, took her mugshot for a stupid situation like this. On Halloween, a case manager from the Division of Family and Child Services visited our home and spoke to the kids, my mom, my sister-in-law, and my dad. Going to come take the kids. The next day, I contacted David DeLugas, the founder of Parents USA, a nonprofit that often provides pro bono legal support to parents wrongly accused of child neglect. The case manager texted me on November 5th because she wanted to stop by to go over a so-called safety plan, some lunatic loser who wants to take people's kids from them. It required me to delegate a safety person, presumably my mom, to be a knowing participant and guardian to watch over the kids when I wasn't there. Under her supervision, I needed to download a tracking app onto Soren's phone so I could monitor his location. DeLugas, an attorney, explained the pros and cons of signing or not signing the safety plan. I decided it was better not to sign it. I knew the risk that the deputies could push the issue and maybe even try to have my children removed from my home. It's so scary. They're going to try now. This is what happens when you stand up to these maniacs. But I feel it's more important to stand up for what I believe in. Good for her. My kids are all supportive of that decision because we've talked about everything that's been going on. We know the maximum punishment could be a $1,000 fine and up to a year in jail. DeLugas, the lawyer, is helping us dispute the charges. Meanwhile, friends and family have said they're concerned because they sometimes leave their kids alone at home or their kids go out for walks too, like Soren. They wonder now if they'll have cops show up because of it. None of us want the government telling us how to raise our kids. But that's what they're doing in Georgia. What a sick story. And we're very happy to see that they are fighting this. So they do have a GoFundMe. They're now raising over $49,000. The community is rallying around this woman. She was arrested, according to the reports. We know what happened. It was Fannin County Sheriff's Department. And here is some of the video of what it looked like. So here is some of the
Police
scene.
body camera video shows the moment Brittany Patterson was arrested for letting her 10-year-old son walk into town by himself.
What am I under arrest for?
For reckless endangerment.
And how was I recklessly endangering my child?
On October
We're not
30th,
talking about
Patterson
it.
said she took one of her children to the doctor. In the meantime, her son, Soren, who since turned 11, decided to walk less than a mile into town from their home in rural Mineral Bluff, Georgia. While out, Patterson got a call from the sheriff's department, worried that Soren was walking alone.
I wasn't concerned. I wasn't, panicking or concerned because it's just a short walk from our house. He knows how to get home. He knows how to get there.
Authorities dropped Soren off at home, and 5 hours later, they returned.
Call mommy and tell them they're taking you to jail because you decided to walk down the street.
That's not his fault.
Yeah, call mommy.
You're the mother. That's your responsibility.
Last time I checked, it wasn't illegal for a kid to walk to the store.
It is when they're 10 years old.
Patterson was booked on suspicion of
Listen to her.
reckless conduct, a charge that could carry 1 year in jail. The warrant claiming she willingly
Maniac
and
cops.
knowingly did endanger the bodily safety of her juvenile son.
Our criminal justice system is built on the fact that you did something or you were negligent. You did something criminally negligent. So what is it she did?
Authorities have offered to drop the charge if Patterson signs a safety plan that includes the use of a
No, because that's
going to
make her
son's
their
phone. But she refuses to sign
slave.
it or admit doing anything wrong.
I just felt like I couldn't sign that, and that in doing so would be agreeing that there was something unsafe about my home or
Yeah, and
something
then- yep,
unsafe
exactly
about
right.
my parental decisions.
And then
I
they're
just
going to
don't believe
monitor
that.
you, and then they'll have other
Brittany
justification to take your
Patterson
kids
is
away.
out on bail, awaiting to see if prosecutors will indict her on the reckless conduct charge.
Okay, sick government maniacs who just want to take kids away and
Police
arrest
body camera
parents who did nothing wrong, because that's the status of law enforcement in Georgia. In Fannin County, some sheriff deputy decided she's got nothing better to do than arrest an innocent mom, traumatize a family, traumatize an 11-year-old kid who was just walking down the street, not in harm's way at all. And we'll see what happens. We'll keep our eye on this one. Brittany Patterson, 41-year-old real estate broker, has a GoFundMe if you're inclined. She's standing firm, fighting against this insanity, and we'll be supporting her. All right, so interesting story there. Infuriating, right? Yeah. They're coming for our kids, man. They're coming for the kids. And you know that there's a homeschool component to that, right? She's homeschooling her kids. And so we have to check on them. And they wanted her to sign that so then they could send some other boneheaded bureaucrat in there to then check the other kids out and then take those kids away. It's a homeschool situation as well, because they're challenging the status quo. All right, now we'll keep our eye on that one. That's an interesting one. I had not read that one yet, so I was what did she do anything like insane? Like, did she give her kid like a couple swords and a bazooka when he was walking down to the street or something? Or was he just walking around the street? Golly. Man, my mama should have been arrested a lot. We were out all the time. Mama, felon mama, you out there, mama? You listening today, mama? My mom would have been the same thing. Come and get me, cops. She'd have barricaded the front door. Come on in here. Love you, mom. All right. So, yeah, nunchucks. What do you have? Wow. All right. So let's talk Diddy, because this is also an interesting one. Diddy prosecutors caught accessing attorney-client privilege materials. That's a pretty big problem if that's true. Is this Diddy case going bye-bye? Well, maybe. Here is what the defense team submitted. Several different motions and letters to the judge asking for an evidentiary hearing because they've learned something bad. You see, here is what they sent in. Sent fresh out of the oven, November 18th. It's a 3-pager. This is from Diddy's attorney, Agnifilo Intrader. Says, defense counsel has recently learned that prosecutors are in possession of attorney-client privilege material, including Diddy's own written notes, meaning they went into the jail cell and stole it. This search and seizure are in violation of Mr. Combs' 4th, 5th, and 6th Amendment rights, and specifically illegal searches, due process, right against self-incrimination, and right to counsel. Violating all of those constitutional rights. When you start to stack those into each other and apply those to a criminal case, those are big criminal constitutional amendments, big issues, okay, not minor things. Moreover, the targeted seizure of a pretrial detainee's work product and privilege materials, that's Diddy, he's in custody, that were created in preparation for trial is outrageous government conduct that amounts to a substantive due process violation. Dismiss, dismiss, dismiss. The violation is so bad, the sanction is you have to make this go bye-bye. Because the prosecutors are currently in possession of privileged material and are actively using this material to detain Diddy, the defense requests an immediate evidentiary hearing. This is an emergent matter because the government has Mr. Combs' Diddy's notes and their privileged notes to his lawyers concerning defense witnesses and defense strategies. They have our whole playbook. Now, the government's opposition to our bail motion, they want Diddy to get out. They've submitted, I think, a third bail request. States that the trial prosecutors, they wrote, are currently in possession of possibly privileged materials, such as notes recovered from the defendant's cell. So they admitted this. In fact, the government, they said, it's not possible. It is absolutely privileged. This is a matter of grave concern because, most respectfully, it must be addressed immediately for the following reasons. First, there is no dispute that the government is in possession of privileged material. Second, until the government submission at 11:29 on Friday, November 15th, the defense had never been told that Mr. Combs' notes were taken from his cell, that these notes were given to the prosecutors, and that these notes were given to the trial prosecutors in this case, who then used this material to keep Combs detained in their filing. Wow. So essentially, the government cracked the seal on this. The government admitted they might have something, and then the defense attorneys reverse engineered it and pieced together, yeah, they actually do have it. Then they, okay. So we request an immediate hearing at which the government shall provide answers to the following. First of all, who authorized a search of Diddy's sleeping area, his personal effects, and his paperwork? Where'd that come from? Second, who determined what paperwork to take of his? Third, who decided to give his paperwork to the prosecutor's office? And then once it got to the prosecutor's office, who gave it to the literal trial prosecutors in this case? And fifth, who made the decision to not tell Mr. Combs' lawyers that the attorney prosecutors were in possession of his notes, including, quote, possibly privileged materials, until after the government put them in a filing that they used to try to keep him incarcerated? And exactly what material was taken from his cell in the final note? Now, because the U.S. attorney, and it seems like the trial prosecutors, are currently in possession of privileged materials, we request a full evidentiary hearing as soon as the court can accommodate us. Signed, Diddy's lawyers. Wow. That's a problem for the government. So they've responded, and here's what they've said. They say the government submits this letter in response saying we don't need an evidentiary hearing. Okay, it's unnecessary. They say on or about September 16th, as we know, Diddy was arrested. These are the prosecutors responding. We didn't do anything wrong. The following day, the above indictment was unsealed. The government moved to detain him, and he has been detained since. Now, since being ordered detained, Diddy has been at the MDC, a Bureau of Prisons facility called the Metro Detention Center, Brooklyn. With respect to inmate communications, all inmates, including Diddy, are afforded the opportunity to confer with attorneys on unmonitored phone lines. Other communications occur over monitored lines. As part of its practice to screen monitored communications for content that could jeopardize the safety of the facility, we monitor the communications on the monitored phone lines. This monitoring is independent of the U.S. Attorney's team. Okay, so the prisons are monitoring things for the prison's purposes, and if they catch something, they'll flag it and send it out. Now, as set out in our prior brief, during our previous bail hearings, we say that Diddy is continuing to obstruct this case. As part of our investigation, the government has sent grand jury subpoenas and documents, emails, and calls. From those materials, the government has learned that Diddy has persisted in engaging in obstructive conduct, even though he's in custody. He's engaged in unauthorized communication practices. He's doing three-way calls on monitored phone lines. So they're listening to that. He's using other inmates' phone access codes to make phone calls. They're monitoring those. He's using third-party text messaging providers through their monitored emails. Each of these methods is prohibited, and they're watching you. Furthermore, as set out in the government's notice, he's also using these to try to obstruct. He's trying to influence the jury pool, which is like a joke, okay? It's called defending yourself in the court of public opinion. He's allowed to have his whole family make their opinion known about this case. Allowed to talk to them and have a conversation with them. The defendant has used all three of the aforementioned methods. It's called free speech. Accordingly, although it is clear to all parties involved that the emails are monitored, the government sent any potentially privileged communications to the filter team. So even though they're monitored, if it is about, conversations about his case, we're still filtering it. As the government has a long-standing practice like this one, the government did not disclose potentially privileged communications to defense counsel in the first instance. We've been doing this in covert investigations for a long time, so this is not even unusual. Now, we will ultimately produce all the materials today. Oh, you see, so they got caught. Wow, they're so shady, these prosecutors. Well, we have a long policy of not telling you when we have illegal material. And we're going to give you everything today. So there's no problem. We don't need an evidentiary hearing because you caught us, so we'll just give it to you. Scum. Now, they say in or around October 28th, there was a sweep of Diddy's facilities. The sweep was pre-planned and coordinated for safety. We weren't searching for anything. It included the jail and the warehouse where the food and other property are stored. It was planned in advance of Diddy's arrest. It was not conducted to target anybody. Now, although the sweep and multiple housing units were searched, including Diddy's, although members of the case team were aware that his housing would be searched, no one on the case team supervised or did anything in this. In fact, the case team who's prosecuting him was not even aware that they were doing this search. So investigator one was assigned to the prison to participate in the sweep, whoever this person is. During the sweep of the housing unit, he interviewed multiple inmates, including Diddy, about potential corruption and contraband. Following his interview of Diddy, he approached Diddy's bunk and searched. On the bunk, investigator one found the following items. This is Diddy's bed. A manila folder marked legal, a notebook labeled redacted, an address book, and personal effects. The investigator felt the outside of the manila folder marked legal for contraband, and feeling none, set it aside and did not open it or photograph it. With respect to the notebook labeled blank and the address book, he took photos of those materials. He left the materials on the bunk. No physical materials were seized. Okay, so he took photos of the photo of the notebook. We don't know what that said. Following the sweep, he then alerted the case team that he'd taken photos of defendant's blank notebook and address book called the photographs. He described the blank notebook as largely notes to self written by the defendant that included notes regarding this. In an abundance of caution, the case team asked investigator one to provide the photographs to the filter team, given the possibility that they were legal. Uh-oh. Wait a minute, too late. Should have gone to the filter team first. Following review, the filter team provided certain photos to the case team, including photographs containing redactions. It's too late. You see, just to be clear how this went. Investigator one, so we'll call him I1, sent it to the case team. Then the case team said, you can't do that. You have to send that to the filter team. So I1 then sent it to the filter team. And then the filter team said, oh, yeah, there's some problems here. And so they sent some materials back to the case team. Okay, but it was only like partial. So there were redacteds here. But the problem is they already got it here. They already saw it all. When they got it the first time, nothing was redacted. They saw it all. Oops. And then they sent it back. Too late. The government's brief mistakenly described the sweep as nationwide in their earlier brief. That was an error. It was only in D.C., in New York. For reference, the government is including other exhibits of the notebook labeled Things to Do. So there was another notebook called Things to Do. and the address book as Exhibit A, which contains redactions per the filter team review. This is a full set of material from the sweep. This exhibit is being filed under seal. Is that notebook? Like, did they just forget to redact that? Is that the notebook here? Labeled, is it things to do? With respect to the notebook labeled things to do. I don't know. Or it's a different notebook that they're okay not redacting. Because you can imagine there's legal stuff in a notebook entitled things to do. I wonder if that's a mistake. It says, on November 8th, the defendant submitted a renewed motion for bail in front of Your Honor. The government filed a response. They said that they actively see him continuing to obstruct things. They were also paying a potential witness and others, which had been provided to the filter team. More evidence. On November 18th, we then submitted another letter motion saying that some were privileged notes, and the defense requested a hearing, and that's where we're at now. They say, first of all, the photographs were entirely proper. They were taken during a normal sweep, nor is there anything improper about the photographs. They were entirely justified. He was inspecting these things. He's not even bound by the privilege doctrine. He took steps to respect the privilege. He did not examine the legal folder. He reviewed the materials in the notebook labeled something, and none of the steps were done at the case team's direction. They were not even aware of it at the time. Doesn't matter. The government did it. The government did it. They're all the government. Second, the government's use of a filter team is appropriate, and they segregated these things. Here, the photographs related to the government's ongoing covert grand jury investigation. They had no obligation to seek the defense counsel's view of this. And finally, the photographs are not privileged. None of this was prepared to obtain legal advice. They do not reflect the notes or the defense strategies, and so they're just not covered. Now, even if it was disclosed to the case team, which it was, even if there was a disclosure, as we just said there was, that alone is not a basis for this evidentiary hearing. The standard's much higher, and so we do not want an evidentiary hearing. We don't think it's appropriate under the law, and that's the government's response. Wow. So very shady behavior from those lawyers, those prosecutors. They got those materials. They knew about it. They kind of made a boo-boo in their prior filing. They got caught and called out on it. Then they disclosed everything that same day. They're like, well, it's not that big of a deal because even though we got it illegally, we then put it through a filter and then got it again. And we forgot what we saw the first time. Yeah, right. So huge mistake. And the Diddy team is capitalizing on it. Is the judge going to dismiss this case on this basis? He's probably going to want to know more about what is inside those materials. And so we'll keep our eye on this one. But he has to rule on it now. And the Diddy case is getting spicier and spicier. But this is good news for Diddy. They're always looking for arguments that give them big constitutional violations to latch onto. And they've got several of them here. So we'll see what the judge says, and we'll keep our eye on this one. All right. And so, my friends, let's talk about this Elon sitch, and then we'll hear from you. It's a beautiful morning. This one's kind of funny. So we'll see what she says. Liberals have figured it out. Elon and Polymarket were responsible for their loss. The election was rigged, according to these people on the TikToks who have discovered how they did it. And I don't think she's trolling us. I think this is a serious one because there's a bunch of people who are sharing these videos and sharing these ideas all over the interwebs saying that Elon and Polymarket rigged it because Polymarket, the CEO, got raided by the feds. Here's this fun theory.
Guys, we finally have our update. We thought they weren't doing anything. The FBI did a raid today. So let me explain it all. Okay, so Polymarket published the exact map of the results. They literally called everything. And if that wasn't crazy enough, like I'm not even sure what the odds of doing that are, or if it's ever been done. I'm not sure. Somebody let me know. Elon commented on it, and he referred to something about the prophecy. Just 2.42% to go, and the prophecy will be fulfilled. And again, it's the exact final result.
And that prophecy was so that it would get to 69,420%. because it's just a funny number.
And then the FBI completed a raid on the CEO's house early Wednesday. So between this and all the sketchiness coming out about Elon's meetings with the Iran's ambassador to the UN, which is illegal and a federal felony, it really seems like the walls are starting to close in. If you haven't seen, I made some videos about the expert letter asking Kamala Harris to hand count votes in swing states because apparently during the 2020 election, Republicans may have taken copies of the election voting software and used that to
Got it.
change the results. So they just want to make sure. And I have the letter and it explains it in technical detail. But yes, things are going on.
Okay, so I guess it's a popular video on TikTok. Johnny Maga shared this one with us today. And okay, I don't know if that's what's actually happening on the TikToks or not, but she is right. The FBI did go and raid the founder of Polymarket, probably because he made all their pollsters look like idiots. They seized the phone of the CEO of Polymarket and raided his place. Federal agents woke Shane Copland up at his Manhattan home on Wednesday to carry out the search. It wasn't immediately clear what prompted the search, but Polymarket had a very good track record, and they tied the raid to its proper prediction of President Trump. They said this is obvious political retribution by the outgoing administration against Polymarket for providing a market that correctly called the 2024 elections. Fully transparent in its prediction markets, an FBI spokesman declined to comment. And then Copeland, the guy who's the CEO, he posted on X, he said, "New phone, who dis?" Hilarious, good for him. He later tweeted, he said, "It's discouraging that the current administration would seek a last-ditch effort to go after companies that seem to be associated with political opponents." He said, "We're nonpartisan," but he got raided nonetheless. And so, interesting. I don't know what's going on TikTok, if it's just an engagement farm, as Sweet Potato is suggesting that people just say whatever they want on there to get clicks and views, or is this a serious thing? Because we know Elon is, by some accounts, out of this world. All right, let's see what you guys say about all this and more. It's a beautiful morning. Happy Tuesday. It's great to see you guys. What's up, Brian? What's up, Just Rhonda? Just Rhonda says, "I'm so fired up I can't even see right now through the flames." Ooh, Just Rhonda. It's a spicy morning, it sounds like. Let's see who's here. What do you guys say about all this? It's a beautiful morning. These people need to wake up and connect with reality, says John. Something like that. Clicks and views, take an aspirin. I don't know what they're doing. Hey, what's up? We got Liquid Rock says, "I used to walk home from school almost a mile every day. Georgia clearly needs a purge." What kind of officers are arresting moms for that? 8 is 3rd grade. So 5th grade? I think I was 5th grade. Yeah, like 10, 11. I think that was probably 5th grade. Walk It Off said, "I was a 60s kid. I walked to the beach with my baby stroller as a little kid and even later. By 10, we were going to the beach by ourselves all the time." 60s kid. Yeah, different times. Sadie says, "Defamation suit incoming. Sue him." Crash says, "In the Dick Tracy comments, there was a character called Mumbles, the precursor for Joe in Rio." Golly. Yeah, he was just barely functional on that trip. RP Games, what's up? "You know, President Trump is going to ensure Polymarket issue is going away." Sweet says, "Is she a single mom? That's probably why. She's pretty. They're trying to abuse power, etc." Yeah. Yeah, might be that too. Oh, that's not good, Uncle Shane. Yeah. Mhm. Sounds like it's a hell of a story, I'm sure. "It's raining here. All I want to do is sleep," says Spices. Zoe, now we are using TikTok creators as subject matter experts. So now we're using them as subject matter experts. Well, I just, no, we're not saying she's a subject matter expert, but I'm just saying this is the conversation they're having. It's kind of a cultural phenomenon that we're observing. Maybe she thinks they're cultural experts or experts. We certainly don't think that. Chubby says, "Dang it, they discovered that Republicans rigged 2020, and that's why Trump won." That's amazing. Good to see you, Chevy. Adesi says, get out of New York. Rick D says, she is obviously surviving on chemicals other than carbon and oxygen. K Bean says, TikTok has evolved. Yeah, I mean, what's going to happen with TikTok? Should we start posting our stuff over there? We're thinking about it. Because I think Trump's going to keep TikTok around, actually. It's the sideways leaning for me that, like, she's falling off the earth, LOL. Sideways leaning. What's up, E-Boopster? We got some great donos, too. You guys are amazing. Thank you for these. Let's see what we got in the house. You guys playing with the AI at all anymore? I was reading.
Go to Sarah McBride and Nancy Mason, the situation that we're seeing there. I don't know if you know this. Sharia law is enriching the United States because all cultures are equal, and it's particularly enriching the Pacific Northwest, where an Iraqi parent tried honor killing his daughter. This is Sharia comes to Washington.
According to court records, a 17-year-old victim told investigators her father had been threatening her with an honor killing after she refused to go to another country for an arranged marriage to an older man. She went to her school for help, which then led to the confrontation outside.
Mohammed, look at her. Such a dirty guy. I wanna kill your kids. What the fuck is the important time? My Sharia. My Sharia.
We just felt like we needed to just go straight to it with the shock value. Look,
unbelievable.
Before I get to some examples here, you start with MAGA, you start with American culture being superior, you start with the United States being the culture that other countries should emulate. You know, the set of beliefs that every country believed since the beginning of time until we were guilted into denying it, guess what? You don't get to the point where there's any encroachment of Sharia or insert whatever other culture here and honor killings. Do you understand? Comment below. That's the reason for it. Saying Make America Great Again, saying America first is saying Americans first, and that includes from threats, foreign and domestic. On CNN, oh, it's a guy with a phone.
No, don't worry about it.
So,
by the way, honor killings, if your culture includes killing to restore your honor because your daughter wouldn't go to another country to marry somebody she's never met that's approximately twice her age, that culture shouldn't exist. I'm sorry, that kind of culture should not exist.
Right.
You're going to kill, you're going to literally strangle.
Consider their children to be, people.
Right. Certainly not their daughters.
Certainly not their daughters.
Yeah.
They're beings. They're living objects.
Well, let's not discuss American patriarchal society right now.
So they're solo poly?
Yes, effectively. And by the way, in case you think, hey, here's a moderate Islamic country, just add, I don't know why I said country.
Country.
A moderate Islamic country right now, just add time.
Yes.
Like you had that with Iran at one point in time. Remember Egypt? Remember we thought Turkey? Oh no, it's taken two. Now, so add time. And you see that with a lot of examples of people out there who are Islamic apologists. Now, this doesn't mean all Muslims in the United States, to be clear. I am talking about wherever Islam actually becomes the basis for a system of law. That is how you judge a culture and a religion, not by individuals who don't have the political power. Now we can look to microcosms here in the States, and this has been increasing. It's alarming. For those of you who don't remember, in Buffalo, I remember this story in 2009. For some reason, I thought it was Toronto. But in Buffalo, there was a founder of a TV network, a Muslim TV network dedicated to stopping Islamophobia in the West.
Good.
Yeah, and this was a guy that would bring on shows, and he would discuss Islamophobia, how we have to combat. Well, he honor killed his wife. He murdered his wife.
Whoops. No. That's the part of it they promote.
And we're going to go through some examples. This is the cultural relativism, which is incompatible with MAGA, with American exceptionalism. You know, Dr. Ben Carson said that he didn't believe the Quran and Sharia law, that it could not coexist with the Constitution. And he gave very specific examples. And he was accused of being a self-loathing black at that point.
Right.
So this is where the left trips all over themselves. Kind of like I'm willing to bet that Ben and Jerry hate RFK Jr., where they should be natural bedfellows. right? It's just their socialism, their totalitarianism has to supersede all of the other isms. And then the cultural relativism, unfortunately, kind of apply. Don't get into the discussion of any Islamic country at all whatsoever on gays, let alone transgender, queer. It's just any culture that is not the United States, we have to elevate. I think that we shouldn't elevate all cultures, to be clear. I think we should conquer them. That's my opinion. So, cultural relativism. Let's just read the definition of this really quickly. All the references available, every show, link in the sidebar. The position that there is no universal standard to measure cultures by, and that all cultures are equally valid and must be understood in their own terms. So what this means is those on the left want to tell you that there's no objective truth as it relates to, analyzing culture. Let me give you some examples here as to why it cannot function in a society. Child marriage is an example.
Yeah.
And we've seen this here in the United States. I know you're shocked. No, it happens here, usually in bastions of liberalism. So in New York in 1998, Naila Amin was forced into marriage at 15 years old, then taken to Pakistan where she was forced to marry her 28-year-old cousin.
Yes.
New York City, 2024. Now this is not Islam. It's actually a Jewish cult. Sorry, Sam from HR. 3 Lev Tahor cult members were arrested for smuggling children to be married off to other cult members. Now, you can read that story and people go, well, that's awful. That's terrible. You go, But what about all the countries where that's actually enshrined into law? That's why we have an American culture here. We need to bring American culture back.
Yeah.
Hey, white picket fence, mom and dad and dog in the yard, kids, family, productive members of society. No. We don't marry children. No. We don't allow people to enter here illegally. We build strong communities and we have strong male leaders. Let's go to child marriage, though, as we're looking at most examples globally do take place under Islam or, of course, African warlords. You may say, well, that's just a bastardization. Okay, then how does it always become law? Well, let's go to the Quran, 65:4. As for your women past the age of menstruation, in case you do not know, their waiting period is 3 months, and those who have not menstruated as well, which almost seems like you just opened the floodgates. Like you're like, oh, okay, I guess their first menstrual cycle. Oh, and those who haven't? So that's pretty much everybody.
Yeah. That is cool.
Yeah, that is neat.
That's terrible.
Let's go to, hey, all cultures are created equal. Yeah. Unless you want to keep your clitoris. Let's go to female genital mutilation. Sorry, this isn't a, hey, like I've always said, it's a PG-13 plus. You need to know. You need to be informed so that you can protect your kids.
It's the real world.
Yeah. Genital mutilation in Detroit, 2021. There was a female genital mutilation, an entire network that was exposed.
A network?
An entire network, yeah, not just isolated incidents.
Like the Underground Railroad.
Yeah.
Why would you take pleasure in doing that? That's weird.
Texas, 2021. Well, it's about domination. It's about subjugation.
They're taking pleasure away
of women. Yeah, and by the way, if you want to say misogynist, I share nothing in common with that. Western men tend to like to, they like to run up the score.
Yes.
Yeah. I want to be on a leaderboard. Texas, 2021. Zara Badri was indicted for taking a girl abroad for genital mutilation. And between 1990 and 2017, female genital mutilations in this country tripled. So I know what you're saying. Well, hold on a second. That's just people bastardizing it. Well, why is it practiced in so many Islamic countries? Let's go to Hadith.
Why are people
states Muhammad
taking kids
said,
away for
yeah,
that reason?
Do not cut severely, as that is better for a woman and more desirable for a husband. So just cut moderately.
I think one of the things you said about other countries, it's 2024 there as well, right? We're still doing this stuff and saying it's okay, guys?
This is why when people say, I don't believe in any ideology or isms. Well, you best start, because these people do. And you see this in Europe. You can't fill a void, right? If you take out Christian values, if you take out Western Christendom, that void gets filled by another ism. You can't fight an ism with nothingness. It's not the never-ending story, okay? That's why you see Islam gaining ground. And by the way, of course, what correlates with that is horrible abuse of women and children. And it's not just, to be clear, I don't want to single out Islamists here today. Here's the Santeria cult, let's call it what it is. Voodoo animal sacrifices. Those are here stateside right now. Once upon a time, this wouldn't have been permitted because we said, no,
Right.
not in America. So 2019, Miami, a male porn star was arrested over a van full of animals for an alleged Santeria ritual.
Ugh.
New York City, 2024, there was a rise in number of butchered animals found around Jamaica Bay, Queens. I lived there for a while. Again, it was believed to be part of voodoo Santeria rituals. And this is the issue. The news then says, I can't believe you're vilifying Haitian migrants for eating ducks, even though we don't have proof, even though there was proof. It's like, well, hold on a second. The point is people are pointing out something that cannot be reconciled with American culture, whether it's a bunch of Haitians selling dirt cookies in Ohio, or it's people sacrificing domesticated animals in Miami or New York City, or it's female genital mutilation, or it's child brides. There used to be a time in this country, we need to get back to it. You can say I'm a fascist, where even legislatively we go, absolutely not, that's not permitted here. Hey, don't get that far off the beam. Don't get to solo, poly, genital mutilation, whatever it is, just go, no. In America, this is what we allow. This is what we strive for. It's what makes America America. It's why you wanted to come here. So you don't get to bring your crap.
Yeah. Josh, did you say that girl was choked unconscious before they finally got the guy off?
That's what the Como news report was saying, that she was choked unconscious. I was reading about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the mother was involved too. The mother was actively helping the father, choked this chick out, and then the guy that was punching the guy, the father, that was her boyfriend, the kid's boyfriend. And then the kid's boyfriend's dad was on the news report talking about how the mom was already legally what's the, like a restraining order, whatever that is.
Yeah.
She couldn't come on the premises. She wasn't allowed on the premises. So the girl was literally running into school, desperate for someone to listen to her.
Wow.
And to help.
Because she knew she couldn't go back to her community. She couldn't go back to anybody, to her family.
No.
Doesn't matter. Cousin wants to bang her. Dad probably wants to let uncle bang her, whatever.
Yeah.
It's no community is open for her.
Nope.
She goes back. She gets whipped, killed. You're never going to hear about it again because Como doesn't want to talk about it in Seattle.
Well, let's continue browbeating conservative Christian Americans for being patriarchal fascists. Let's just do that and ignore everything that's going on here. The point is there is objective truth. And in the United States, look, I get that varies from country to country, but you do have to have a basis. Here in the United States, it was Judeo-Christian principles where we said, okay, this is what we subscribe. Doesn't mean that you have to be a Christian, but you do have to subscribe to these beliefs for us to have a functioning society. Otherwise, we cannot have limited government, right? It requires a moral people. And I'm sorry, I believe that these other cultures are fundamentally immoral. That's my opinion. You can comment below. Does that make me a racist or ethnocentric? If so, I'm okay with it. Unfortunately, these predators out there plague the rest of the world, and you're protected from it. Places like Africa, the Middle East.
I actually just auditioned for a new Predator.
No kidding.
Yeah, the Predator movie. Yeah, Tim, can you roll it?
Hey, all right.
Hey, Josh.
Of course you are. So you're reading for the role of the Predator in our new sequel, Predator 9.
Yes, I am Predator.
Great. All right, 3, 2.
By the way, you can keep that jacket. I don't know how my jacket made it to wardrobe, but
yeah, no problem.
It's
Thank
yours.
you. Yeah, thank you. Fits, kind of.
Yeah. Put it through the steam closet. Hey, let me ask you this out there right now. Are you, where you're living in this country, are you seeing predatory behavior like this? Are you seeing cultural shifts? Are you seeing those in positions of power not doing anything about it? Are you seeing fraud, waste, corruption, abuse? Send us a tip. The Mug Club Undercover team, right? They'll go and they'll check this out. LWC tips at protonmail.com. We will protect our sources with our life. We will go to jail to protect our sources. It only gets uncovered if you help uncover it.
They got to go through me in a jacket before they get to our sources.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, they tend to run away when you do that, though.
By the way, when you were a kid, after you saw the first Batman, that scene where the Joker shoots up City Hall, Michael Keaton, where he's just walking through it.
Yeah.
Did you then ask your dad every time you saw a jacket if it was bulletproof?
No, because I knew that wasn't true.
I thought that bulletproof looked like all other normal clothes. I'm like, Dad, is this bulletproof? And I remember my father, looking back, clearly got tired of me. I was like, Dad, is this bulletproof? He's like, no, that's not bulletproof. Dad, is this bulletproof? And I remember one time we were at the French Canadian version of Macy's. I go, Dad, is this bulletproof? He goes, yes, that's bulletproof. Then I wanted to buy the jacket.
Of course. Yeah.
So let's go to this. The first trans member of Congress. Okay. This is Miss McBride. Okay. And here's the story. The reason that this is catching fire right now is because Republican Nancy Mace realized that McBride, being a biological male, would be entering women's only spaces. And it's not about McBride specifically. I'm sure McBride, probably a nice person. I would be willing to wager, of course, not a sexual predator.
Nice
okay?
guy.
I get it. But the issue is, we're done opening the floodgates. We're done starting down that slippery slope. Hey, let's just continue with the precedent that we have set throughout human history, which is only women are allowed in spaces that are only for women. And of course, this has been met with a lot of controversy.
Sarah McBride doesn't get a say in this. This is a biological man trying to force himself into women's spaces, and I'm not going to tolerate it. You have the radical left that are trying to erase women. I'm not going to allow men to erase women or women's rights. And I'm going to be standing up here. I will file this again next congressional session. Sarah McBride doesn't get a say. This is about women. This is about girls. This is about our rights and being protected in our private spaces. I don't want to see him in a women's restroom. That's not a thing. And it's not going to be a thing up here. It's not going to be a thing anywhere across the country either.
Now, the story that you are going to hear from the left is these are these fake culture wars that are being waged by those on the right. People on the left don't care. Well, hold on a second. You changed all the rules. You changed the rules. People saying, wait. We had those rules for a reason. They're not creating an imaginary culture war. You're the ones trying to fundamentally change culture, not the right, not conservatives saying, no, we're not going to change it. There's no good reason to change it, and there are a lot of reasons to not change it. So let me get to McBride here, the first trans member of Congress, and they're, of course, championing this as a victory. This is a person who is really just tailor-made to be the modern leftist politician. You're talking about identity politics, everything. So this person, McBride, comes from a progressive Presbyterian family, one of three siblings. So three siblings, and the older brother is gay. So one's gay, one's trans. What are the odds? 1 in, I can't even write it on the screen. It's so unlikely. And the parents of McBride actually wrote an article. Her mother wrote an article, or McBride's mother wrote an article. And I'm like, why is this at the NIH about how when my daughter came out, son came out as trans, I then realized that there would be a 40% attempted suicide rate unless we gave them everything that they wanted. And that is the basis of the worldview of this person who is now representing you in government.
They didn't read like the other part of that is whether or not they transition.
Right. Right.
You got to read the end of the study.
They're unstable.
So McBride was the student body president at American University. Of course, a lot of what this person was pushing was LGBTQ rights, agendas on campus, established gender neutral housing for freshmen.
Whoa.
I thought you were going to surprise me and tell me they talked about other things.
Yeah. Helped create LGBTQ plus queer studies as a minor.
That's a degree?
That's a degree.
That's not a
that
degree.
makes them better and smarter than you.
Yeah.
You can.
I don't know how you grade those papers. Like, hey, do you like dick? Oh, wait. Do you like snatch too? Well, I guess they're both good.
What is that?
They're both good. Hey.
Yeah.
What, do you just watch gay porn, study it? I know how it works.
What the hell?
You're different. I don't know. You need a whole year of that?
This is one of the other reasons why Sonny Holmes is wrong, because that person could have voted for Kamala Harris and that's an educated person.
Right.
That's what I was saying. They're better than you. That's a better, smarter person than you.
This is someone with a college degree. Yeah. Ignore the welder who makes $250,000 a year and employs other people with good jobs that actually help service the communities of fellow Americans, because by God, this person was student body president, made sure that you could get a gender studies LGBTQ minor at American University, and now walks the hallowed halls of Congress. And here's the thing too, this is a practice because the left always wants to, they use the word gaslighting so much, and they use it because it's what they do. It's an overused term. But this is really what is going on right now, and expect the left to do this for the next 4 years. They're going to try and lay low, and they're going to blame you for waging culture wars as you try to reverse the corrosive policy. So McBride is a perfect example of this, and I can see why Representative May said, no, we're not going to allow this. Let's go to the first claim that you see from McBride, that the culture war is it's a right-wing thing.
Let's be clear. The party that was focused on culture wars, the party that was focused on trans people, was the Republican Party. It was Donald Trump.
Look, this is a weird and bizarre obsession.
with trans people on the part of the Republican Party?
Hmm.
Well, I think the ones that are particularly consumed with fomenting and manufacturing the culture wars, those folks are professional provocateurs parading as public officials. They are not willing to work with any Democrat, and they can barely work with their own Republican colleagues. My job is to represent 50,000 of my neighbors.
I'm not here to talk about my
Too many
transition.
politicians want to divide us, to tell us that teachers, doctors, even our own neighbors are the enemy.
Now, okay, not going to go along with it. Here's the truth. The left obviously started the culture war. She says they can't even work with their own party when these people have waged this culture war. Well, hold on a second. How can we work with you? How can we reach across the aisle where if you say, yeah, to biologically identify males and females is to deny the existence of trans people and to be complicit in genocide? Oh, a second. What? Sounds to me like we can't find common ground. 900 medals from 600 athletes. How many women have to be beaten in female prisons or raped or impregnated? How many children have to be hurt through sports? How many sex offenders do we need to read about, hear about? Not saying all of them. How many children need to transition and go through that serious phase of regret? No. Since the beginning of modern Western civilization, we knew what a man was, we knew what a woman was, and when there were separated categories, be they women-only spaces, women-only sports, it wasn't an argument. It became an argument because you changed the rules and the law when no one was looking. You don't get to accuse people of waging a culture war and say these are unreasonable people. Well, hold on a second. Is Nancy Mace unreasonable because she's now going, whoa, I don't want a guy to take a shit in my Congress, in my bathroom here on Capitol Hill? It's a big change for her. I don't know if you know this. Nancy Mace probably went her entire political career without having a man take a shit.
Not install urinals in my bathroom. Thank you.
Yeah, it's good. But look, we're creating a society where, like Daniel Penny, we're incentivizing people not to help their fellow citizens. I want every single time that this happens, every single time a man goes into a woman's restroom that could have children or any other women in it, I want that to be like, whoa, what's going on here? Not, I'm going to keep my head down because I don't want to be accused of being a bigot. Yeah. I want the natural reaction. Hey, help. Hey, guys, a man's in the bathroom. Why is this happening?
No, here's what I want it to be. Yes, I agree with you, but I think it should be more matter of fact than that. If you have a biological male who walks into your bathroom, I don't know, you're washing your hands, all I want you to say is, no.
Yes.
No, because that was always the answer. No. You ever accidentally go into the women's room and someone goes, oh, wait, this is the women's room. You go, I'm sorry. They go, oh, that's okay. I made the mistake too. Right? That's always been the response. We have all had to fundamentally recondition our response. It shouldn't even be, why is this happening? Because that opens the door to them go, well, are you dead naming me? Just say no. And if someone has a problem with it, someone in charge, let them explain to you why it's a problem for you to say no, and then accuse them of waging a culture war. Here's an excerpt from the 2004 document titled Peeing in Peace from the Transgender Law Center. And of course, you're the one waging a culture war. Men's and women's bathrooms encourage people to use stereotypes about who a, quote, they actually have quotations here, about who a man is and who a, in quotes, woman is in deciding if they are in the right bathroom. Because of this, many people have stereotypical expectations about who will be sharing the bathroom with them. Hold on a second. As far as these stereotypes, it used to be so unilaterally agreed upon in society that it just required a sign. And the only difference was one shape.
A triangle. Yeah.
And everyone knew what it meant. We didn't have to have a debate about it. Oh, that's right. We're waging the culture war. Oh, okay. What were those signs for, and why didn't no one have a problem with them until about 2014? 2016, the DOJ under Barack Obama, right? They issued these Title IX directives forcing public schools to let trans students use the bathroom of their choice. And if parents ended up protesting that, as we saw later on, many of them were escorted by police from PTA meetings. But you're waging the culture war. Let's go through another claim here that we see from McBride. A real victory for the trans community.
Former name, McHusband.
Yes.
Yes. McGroom.
You know how like you get chicken nuggets and you're like, are these real nuggets? No, they're McNuggets.
Yes.
This is a real bride? Nah, it's a McBride.
Also nicknamed McNuggets. So both, they all function here. Well, non-functional.
Oh, it's also known as Big Mac. But
yes.
She filleted fish.
So here this person is saying, hey, also, you're waging the culture war. I can't believe you waged no one cares about this. But before Donald Trump won the election, she was constantly parroting the points that Donald Trump has targeted LGBTQ rights, voting rights, workers' rights, abortion rights. He is targeting women and LGBTQ plus. But of course, she isn't waging a culture war.
We know who Donald Trump is. He is the same person who for 4 years targeted LGBTQ rights, voting rights, workers' rights, abortion rights, every step of the way. We don't have to look any further than their Project 2025 agenda. We don't have to look any further than what MAGA extremists are doing in state legislatures across the country.
Okay, here's the truth. Little culture warrior. It's a hard word to say. Culture warrior. I don't care. President Trump literally did none of those things. He was the first president to ever enter into office being okay with gay marriage. You may not know that. When they say infringing
openly
on voters' rights, so that's infringing on trans rights, saying, oh, yeah, okay, gay marriage, sure, but no, biological boys can't compete with girls in sports, and we shouldn't transition minors. That's attacking LGBT. Why are you waging a war? Hold on a second. I have the opinion that the vast majority of Americans have, and the entire medical community did until they were co-opted. Right? On attacking voters' rights, voter ID, proving that you're a legal voter. This is how the left frames attacking rights. And if you push back, you're waging a fake culture war. Right? Think about this for a second. Move the abortion rights to the states. All the shrieking has been over the fact that you can still, I believe, in 10 or 14 states, get abortion up until birth without any type of exemption needed, any type of reason. And some states have like a heartbeat bill. He did none of the things that this person just mentioned, and they'll accuse you, gaslight you. Why are you fighting a culture war? Here's another claim that is being made by McBride. And this one is really tough because they make this claim, and this is the value, I would say, and comment below if you agree with this. I think the value in a diverse coalition, particularly with someone like RFK, like there's a lot on which I disagree with RFK, but I think he could do a lot of good with the HHS. If their position is limited in scope to the one area where we can find some common ground, that's an appropriate place to appoint somebody. And what's weird is that RFK Jr. is really kind of parroting a lot of points that people on the left at one point agreed with. He's almost stolen it from the left, where now they have to be on the side of big pharma, and they are twisting their fake dicks into knots trying to make sense of it.
We all know that RFK Jr. peddles in conspiracy theories, but beyond all of that, he's simply unqualified to manage a department with a $1.6 trillion budget. What RFK represents are dangerous conspiracy theories that could lay the foundation not just for individual Americans to get sick or ill, but could lay the foundation for another pandemic here in this country and globally.
Dangerous conspiracy theories. Blake Josh, you are a walking conspiracy theory. You're a walking Pelican Brief. Similar cover as Conspiracy Theory. Different film from the 90s. Here's
the looking penis too.
Here's the truth. Okay, so you're looking at qualifications and you're saying he's unqualified. Well, again, context matters. In comparison to someone like Assistant Secretary Rachel Levine.
Hey, that's Admiral to you.
Yes, right.
Oh, rear.
That's a made-up rank to you,
not
buddy.
Take that in rear Admiral.
And let's look at RFK Jr.'s extreme positions, crazy conspiracies. I don't know if you notice, he's not broadly anti-vaccination.
No.
He has every vaccination except the COVID mRNA injection, which is dissimilar to any other vaccine. As a matter of fact, it shouldn't even really be called a vaccine. That can be argued. But his most extreme positions, let's look at those extreme positions. RFK Jr. doesn't want to transition children,
no,
like Rachel Levine. He does believe that we should, for example, have double-blind trials for vaccines, like the hepatitis vaccine that we give to infants. Don't know if you know this, hasn't really gone through the same robust trials as basic medications that you take. The most extreme position that he takes is that he would like to remove fluoride from drinking water and reserve it to municipalities to make the decision for themselves, as they do across a lot of Eastern Europe and the rest of the world, including parts of Asia. So he would be in line with a lot of other countries who are even more liberal than the United States. He wants to, for example, very extremely limit or ban food dyes, which again would be in line with the rest of the world. We have, I believe, over 9,000 chemicals that are allowed in food in the United States that are not allowed in chemicals across the globe. Let's compare that with Rachel Levine, again, assistant HHS secretary, the extreme positions. Transitioning children, I'd say that's worse.
Yeah.
Putting equity front and center of HHS priorities, not equality of care, but equity, guaranteeing outcomes, and extending Pride Month to the entire summer.
What?
Oh, fuck off. Why? What?
Summer. Okay, you're already trying to with Pride Month.
Jesus, there's enough bicycle dicks flying around my kids' faces in the summertime. Like, Jesus Christ.
After the Z's of summer have gone. What?
Okay, well,
Ryan Adams or Ataris? Which one? I don't know. It's just LGBTQ. There's no boys of summer anymore. The queers are back in town.
It'll be Pride until the sun sets before 7.
Yes. Yes. Joel Schumacher is going to remake The Lost Z's.
Okay.
Let me ask you this. We just compared all references are always available, even though we have been rated as lowest as far as information from a leftist news organization. We'll get to that in a second. Only place that provides references publicly. You can check them. But I also ask you to conduct.
I'm sorry. I was just thinking of different names for the summer solstice.
All right.
Oh, geez.
We'll talk.
Okay, we'll talk. We'll do a writer's breakout. But I'm also going to ask you to conduct the basic eyeball test here. Okay. Who do you want to be in charge of health?
We can do this.
I mean, it is a tight race. And you know, I want to say we should go off of voice too.
Yeah.
But RFK's still winning that one.
No, I know he is.
It's true.
There's nowhere he doesn't. It's like the tortoise and the hare. Only RFK is the hare, and in this scenario, the tortoise is the one who falls asleep and stays asleep. That's
Either way,
yeah. So
either way, they both have hair on their face.
Yes.
So
slow and retarded does not win the race.
I mean, sometimes it does.
Sometimes it does.
No.
I don't watch enough of the Special Olympics.
I just watched it. It was pretty fun.
Okay. I don't know how
those kids are pumped, dude.
Yeah, I do know that's fun. The Paralympics, I don't understand because I don't know how they pick the events.
Yeah.
Like, oh, you're missing 2 legs basketball. But I wanted to do shot put. No, that's for people with one arm.
We've got a wheelchair department. You go over there.
Yeah. But I don't like basketball.
It
doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Look, we can't have sports for all disabilities. Okay, we had to prune this. Try your hand at dressage. So, McBride, first trans member of Congress, and of course they're going to vilify Mace. What you need to watch out for is, again, throughout these next 4 years, they're going to gaslight you. They're going to try and continue flying these new rules under the radar, these fundamental changes to the building blocks of Western society. And when you push back, they'll blame you of waging a fake culture war. Don't take your foot off the gas because they won't. They'll try and present as though they're more moderate. They're going to keep this going. I promise you.
You know, this fake culture war just got a lot faker. Fun fact. Congress people have bathrooms in their office. So the only reason that McBride would need to take a dump in a public restroom is to virtue signal, or maybe, spicy Mexican got the best of it.
Yeah.
Well. I'm just saying, this isn't a battle that needs to be fought at all. Mace is right. It shouldn't happen. And McBride should be like, I got my own restroom. I'm fine.
Unless Mace was concerned because McBride already went into Mace's private bathroom to take a dump like a power move.
True.
We should go back to pooping outside, I say.
Oh, there you go. Bury it in the pit.
You're not going to wage a culture war, are you?
Look at me in the eyes.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah.
You should have to poop outside in front of all your friends.
It's a power move.
Coworkers, like I did in the Army. Tell you what, it makes it harder to poop.
I can imagine.
They do this.
You might not want to do it anymore.
I can imagine.
Stop cheering, guys. Come on.
They do that. They will do that because they're dicks.
Come on, Firestein, you can do it.
Let's see some brown.
Push him out. Shove him out. Way out.
And I also understand it. There's every single guy has been through the phase where like you're a 3-year-old and you learn that you can pee on a tree outside. It's one of your unique abilities.
Yes.
And then you start peeing outside when you don't have to.
That's the thing too. If you're a trans woman, you went from man to woman. Why would you want to give up the best way of peeing possible?
I know.
You have a pull it up, pull it and pee at the urinal.
Yeah,
you might get a weird look, but I'm not going to say anything. Surely, I don't want this conversation.
That. They get the best of both worlds. They don't have to go over the. They don't have to go over the fence at all.
No, you were just talking the other day about how you don't go through the fly. You have to do the buttons because you're meticulous about it, and I guess you have a huge hog. But I like to go through that line. And
sometimes you're
it's
paraphrasing.
difficult.
No, they make a lot of. The truth is, the best male underwear doesn't have the gate. It's like a full pouch.
Yeah, I got it.
But
Yeah,
I didn't even think about it. You could just. It's like having a doggy door or a moat under the gate. You just lift the skirt.
Oh, lift
and go.
that
It's
thing
ideal.
and go. Do
It's
Braveheart
ideal.
style. That's what I say.
It's ideal. Isn't that enough? Take the win, McBride. Also, McBride, you are a gross disappointment, but you may partially redeem yourself by making a purchase at crowdershop.com. You can get the Trump 1 45-47 shirt, of course, the Fight Like Hell shirts. And, I don't know if it would be enough of a penance, but you'd be on your way.
You could try crowdershop.com.
Can we just rethink bathrooms, though? I mean, this issue is getting annoying. I have my own opinion. I share the opinion of you guys, but I'm getting annoyed at this conversation. I saw these bathrooms at the airport in Seattle. I know, progressive as hell, but it was like it was like a cage match of pooping. Like every stall was floor to the top, and then there's no spaces. The latch. It's like everyone goes in the same bathroom, and then the wash area is in a different room. Why can't we be doing that? Why can't we like an individual toilet?
I would like to have that anyway. I don't.
That's
like,
what I'm saying too. I don't want
when,
a guy next to me. There's like open space. I got to smell his crap.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know when that became a thing where it's like the half door. Why did that become in public stalls for men? Where someone's just like, all right, because then everyone followed it. It set a precedent. Everyone followed it. Like, all right, do we want to make some privacy here? Nah, give it just like half a pony wall. Well, and look, people don't care. They want a little privacy, but they just want privacy from like the kneecap up and the shoulder down. Like, what am I going over a waterfall in a barrel?
One of my worst fears is taking a poop and a tall guy walks in next to me.
That's me. Yeah. So
Gerald walks in. He's got those 4 eyes. He can magnify that vision. Get in there.
It doesn't help that he brings a periscope.
I know. Ahoy, matey! I say, get out of here, Gerald.
You should see Gerald when he goes to the bathroom. Mirrored shoes, a periscope. He's dressed like Ziggy Stardust. It's all reflective.
I see a lot of there are two things. I see the tops of refrigerators. They're always dirty, and I accidentally see other men pooping in my life. The price of being tall.
Oh, sorry. Well, can you stop looking? No, I've already started.
I can't.
Hey, buddy.
I was in the Phoenix airport this weekend.
Smells like you're making progress.
I had to go so badly to go in. It's a tiny little spot. I got my suitcase. I'm barely getting in. And then this guy comes in and starts cursing next to me. He's like, God dang it. Oh, shit, you got to be kidding me, man. And he was just going on. I was like, that's exactly what it was, except for he was not that. He was just a black guy.
He was mad at you.
He was just mad about everything, man. He was just so upset. And I was like, please hurry and poop, dude.
Yeah, one of the worst things I ever did was in high school, and you never go number 2 in high school as a man. You never do. Because I mean, those doors were, you're talking about this much space between your between the door and
you
the
could
ground.
fit a hand between the door and the lock.
And a guy went in, and we knew that he always went in if he had to go in this one bathroom, this one section of high school. And so what we did was just like a hand grenade.
Yes.
We lopped off the top to an axe can and rolled it in. We heard him start jumping.
You gas him?
He tries to get off the door. The door busts open and he throws up.
Yeah, he's paralyzed too. Yeah.
He's like, Dude, we didn't know it'd be that bad. Like, it's actually toxic. It was we could have killed him.
He's got a third arm, but he's fine.
He's trying to get a claim from burn pits because of you, dude.
Boys are ruthless in school, man, when it comes to this stuff. You're right. We should have floor-to-ceiling protection.
We felt really bad.
Yes,
we just thought it'd
we
be like
should
he would cough a little bit. We didn't realize he was going to try and escape.
Didn't mean to violate the Geneva Convention.
No, we did not. All right. I know we've gone over, but we really need to talk about this. This is an important subject. A lot of people, out there. I think we've covered that, McBride, quite thoroughly.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And Miss Mace, always welcome. So, some cabinet positions right now, people are talking about them quite a bit, and some don't get the attention that they need. And if we continue this because we've gone late, you can join Rumble Premium, $99 annual, $9.99 a month, where you get this ad-free, you get the extended show, and it's the way to fight back against the left. Hey, are you tired of big tech? one place, a one-stop shop, and eventually, hopefully, tip jars, all of that will be more and more a thing of the past because people have subscription fatigue, and I get it. So, talking about these cabinet positions, some you probably obviously have seen discussed quite a bit, including on the show: Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, Attorney General, all those. But there are a lot of them that are just as important, and people don't really discuss them. They fly under the radar. So. This brings us to, on Sunday, Donald Trump announced that he had selected Brendan Carr to serve as his FCC director. He put this on Truth Social. He said, I am pleased to announce that Commissioner Brendan Carr will be the chairman of the Federal Communications Commission, FCC. Commissioner Carr is a warrior for free speech. He is. Everyone says it. Great warrior, fantastic warrior. And he has fought against the regulatory lawfare that has stifled Americans' freedom and held back our economy. He will end regulatory onslaught that has been crippling America's job creators and innovators and ensure that the FCC delivers for rural America. That's a mouthful, but he's actually right on all of it if you look at the views of Mr. Carr. So that would seem like something we could all be on board with. Why is the left losing their mind, including Brian Stelter, who's back at CNN but broadcasting from his man cave?
Return of the fact. He's getting the shots now. He's back. He ain't straight. Return of the fact. Oh my God. Return of the slack.
Sorry, Brian Stelter has two man caves. Here's the other one.
This is not a household name like RFK, but it's an important pick for an important agency. Donald Trump has threatened the licenses of basically all the major television networks in the United States. Will he push his FCC chairman to follow through on those threats? Time will tell.
Hello. Rumble Premium Mug Club, Rumble Premiumers. That's all I had. By the way, just a couple of things. We're gonna jump back into the story about the FCC here in just a second. It's very important, and we'll get to why, especially when it comes to some of the Section 230 stuff that we've been talking about for a very, very long time. But if you joined up to Rumble Premium on election night, we are working on a specific link for you to be able to click to claim your mug. So just keep an eye out in the email that you signed up for Rumble Premium with, and we will get that out probably here within the next few days. And we're making some progress on designing a new mug for Rumble Premium. So people after Election Day that signed up will be getting that.
Right,
we'll have some details to announce on that here in the coming weeks. So just keep an eye out.
Coming week. I prefer week.
Well, listen.
Let's do
design
week.
time.
Everyone here
time,
saw it. Week.
1 week. You have 1 week.
Week.
It's
1
frickin'
week.
Thanksgiving next week.
It's not Money Pit. We don't have 2 weeks. So we need to continue the Stelter. By the way, before we continue this clip of Stelter throwing a fit, Noodles has a picture of Stelter from his man cave.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Gosh.
Look
Just as gay as you imagined.
That.
He's a homo.
It's also very disorganized.
It is. And no shoes.
That's quite frumpy.
Why is he wearing? What are those socks? I mean, I feel like I shouldn't be attacking his fashion.
Wait.
Look at that man bag.
Wait, did his super hot wife take this picture?
His suit. She took a picture. I rest my camera on her super hot bod. Sweetie, you're never gonna guess what I made in my man cave again. Is it a doily? It's another doily.
It's doilies.
I'm just glad that CNN's forking out the heavy dough for these studio setups.
That's why they brought him back. You know why? Because he's cheap.
Very cheap.
Seriously, I'll do it out of my man cave. I don't care.
Yes. You can pay me in per diem and Philly cheesesteaks.
Extra whiz.
I'll broadcast from my man garden.
That's true.
I mean man cave.
Yes. It's the secret garden.
Oh my gosh. That was creepy.
My mom made me watch that as a kid.
You should see what grows in there.
Yeah.
It's mushrooms because it's cold, dark, and damp.
And the tips. What?
Look at this. See, look, my ring light. You see this? Look, little mushroom. Flick it. Now, so
That's how
again,
you wake up.
You would see this as innocuous enough. Why is the left throwing the fit Brian Stelter in his man cave?
This is not a household name like RFK, but it's an important pick for an important agency. Donald Trump has threatened the licenses of basically all the major television networks in the United States. Will he push his FCC chairman to follow through on those threats? Time will tell. I know Brendan Carr personally. I saw him earlier this year. He is an affable Republican who has been on the commission for years. He has been trying to show his loyalty to Trump recently. For example, the other day, he wrote a letter to the heads of all the big technology companies asking about his concerns about social media censorship.
And I want to move on, but why does this is new and improved Stelter? That's why he looks like he mugged a kid on the beaches of Cuba and stole his chiclets and popped them in his mouth. It is. If you look at,
he got Botox on the top of his head.
It's completely. I don't know how this guy got this job. And then he was fired and he was brought back. This guy has a file on someone. I guarantee it.
It's unbelievable.
He's untalented, unattractive, dishonest, and no one ever watched him. How does he keep coming back? It's like the Blob. All right.
Or a Mr. Potato Head.
No, I like Mr. Potato Head. He has good qualities.
All right.
Fine.
It wasn't a very good joke.
No, but it's Mr. Potato. He does look like him, but come on, let's easy on Mr. Potato Head.
All right.
We all enjoyed Mr. Potato Head.
Not as much as you. No.
No, you got a weird thing going on.
It was just me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I used to make him. I used to make doilies. So
you just plug him in.
Yeah.
They had nipple holes.
Did Mr. Potato have nipples?
No, that was
No, of course not.
right.
What? They might now.
I
All
dremeled
pierced
some.
and everything. Oh.
Do I want it to be a man or not?
Oh, I need
Son, where's my Dremel? You better not be making nipples on your dolls again.
Where are my nipple barbells too? Oh,
geez.
I guess I kind of walked into that one. All right. But it's not just Brian Stelter. A lot of people on the left are losing their mind. And they should be. And I'm glad that they are. So let's go through some claims here that the left is making. That here's the first claim. That Mr. Carr is part of Project 2025. And this comes from Olivia Juliana. She's a Democrat strategist in Texas. All y'all who said Trump wasn't connected to Project 2025 look goofy. Oh,
that's not fair.
See, I
look goofy?
I can't look at the monitor. Hold on a second. Bring
She
that
looks
back up.
gooey.
That is.
Was that translated from?
And the left would sooner accept her as health secretary than rip RFK Jr.
What the heck?
Oh man.
Why are we listening to these people?
Here's the truth. Carr did help author Project 2025, the chapter on the FCC, chapter that I agree with wholeheartedly.
Yes.
So this doesn't mean that it's Donald Trump's Project 2025. Just like if an advisor of Barack Obama or Joe Biden wrote a book, it doesn't mean that Joe Biden wrote that book. And there are parts of Project 2025 that were great. And there are parts I disagree with. That's the beauty of it being a proposal from a long list of people, a collective proposal from different people with different ideas. So here's what he wrote about on the FCC's main goals and what they should be. He said that the FCC should be focusing on reining in big tech, great, Promoting national security, great. Disagrees with Donald Trump on that, thinks that there should be a ban on TikTok. And that also shows that Donald Trump can trust people with whom he doesn't agree on everything. He says that the FCC should be focused on unleashing economic prosperity and ensuring FCC accountability with some good governance because there hasn't been a lot of transparency. He also, this is what I support most, he very much is on board with the idea of scrapping Section 230. And we've talked about that when people say, well, what can we do? What can we do about big tech? It's really simple. It's not that hard, and it can be done. Scrap 230. Section 230 provides protections to big tech companies, right? It treats them as utilities. It treats them as platforms rather than publishers, where they are shielded from legal liability, where we can't be held liable for anything anyone says or anything on our platform, but they act as publishers, where they selectively edit, throttle, shadow ban people. And we've seen that, of course, disproportionately affect conservatives. All you need to do is force these companies to choose. Are you a platform? In which case, you cannot censor or throttle people as long as what they are doing is legal, no matter how awful their viewpoints may be to you. Or are you a publisher? In which case, YouTube, Facebook, Google, you can continue doing what you're doing. Give them the choice.
And be sued.
Yep.
That's the big thing that you don't get right now. Section 230 is all they have to basically say when they walk into court. Obviously, it's more complicated than that. And you get no discovery or anything. You don't even get to look and go, hey, I've seen this. We know that this is going on. Discovery would say, hey, hand over your files. Nope. Section 230 protection, case dismissed.
It's an easy change. So here's what Mr. Carr wrote on 230. He said, Congress should do so by ensuring that that internet companies no longer have carte blanche to censor protected speech while maintaining their Section 230 protections. There you go. Make them pick a lane. Here's another claim that the left is making, that Carr believes in the conspiracy that big tech discriminates against conservatives. So everything that they claim, I'm like, oh, yeah, I agree. Except conspiracy. That one word makes your statement a lie. But this comes from CNN. Claims of conservative censorship erupted several years ago as a result of content moderation decisions by social media platforms like Facebook and Twitter. Carr advanced this belief in a recent letter to the CEOs of Meta, Alphabet, Microsoft, and Apple. Yeah, you certainly should add YouTube to that list, because then CEO Susan Wojcicki said, yeah, we did. But we've experienced it. I know $3 million a year doesn't seem like that big of a deal when you take into account Brian Stelter or Jon Stewart or Stephen Colbert's salary. But for us, it's a lot. For us, that's a handful of other Bug Club undercover investigations. That's being able to get the resources that we used on election night. So we lost it. We were okay with it because we don't think that we're entitled to being paid by YouTube as a business partner. But what they did do was create a new set of guidelines, a new set of rules, because they said, look, Steven Crowder has not violated the rules. So we're going to create new rules because we have to appease the leftist mob. That is not being a platform. You are now a publisher. It's not a conspiracy. It's been proven. It's been admitted to by those on the left. Here's the truth. Of course, Carr does understand and observe what is taking place in reality. And he does want to do something about it, about the big tech censorship. He wrote this on X just last week. Facebook, Google, Apple, Microsoft, and others have played central roles in the censorship cartel. The Orwellian named NewsGuard, along with fact-checking groups and ad agencies, helped enforce one-sided narratives. The censorship cartel must be dismantled. Now, this is very interesting, and not to inject ourselves into the story, but this is something that we've had to fight against quite a bit. We have a lawyer on retainer, half Asian Bill Richmond, half Asian Kraken. He's unbelievable. He's probably the first lawyer to have to file some of these motions against big tech companies out of anyone out there. And one of them was, we wanted to know, well, hold on a second. You say that you have these third-party companies, agencies setting the new guidelines. When they created new guidelines, I said, well, which companies and what are the guidelines? And they said, we can't tell you that. We said, why? They said, because you're a stranger. So,
to be fair, they didn't say the stranger.
They didn't say the stranger part. NewsGuard is one of them. We know that now. Now, NewsGuard, they rate media reliability. Just want to be clear. They are not even kind of, it is a leftist activist organization, to be clear. NewsGuard is a leftist activist organization. 2020, let me read you some. They won this countering disinformation contest from the Pentagon for, quote, detecting COVID-19 misinformation and disinformation. So at that period in time, remember, if you said that maybe it didn't leak from a wet market in Wuhan, boom, removed. Right? Remember, if you said, hold on a second, wait, hold on a second. Maybe the Imperial College of London actually is flawed and we're not going to see the same death rates. Oh, removed. If you said, hold on a second, more children, more toddlers die from the flu on an annual basis than COVID total, removed. We were suspended, right? This is the company or organization. They won an award, a contest from the Pentagon for detecting COVID-19 misinformation and disinformation. Let me ask you this. Do you think that big tech did a good job in addressing COVID-19 information online when they removed practicing doctors, for example, for talking about treatments that we now acknowledge
But don't
as
forget
effective?
a sitting governor, Ron DeSantis, with, I believe, medical professionals from like Stanford, Oxford, and then maybe Harvard or something like that. I can't remember the three, but it was like having a conversation about it.
Right? Like NewsGuard was there. In 2021, NewsGuard was then rewarded with a DoD contract. In the 2022 midterms, NewsGuard wrote a report titled, "Making YouTube Look Good, Rumble Becomes Hoax Central Ahead of the Midterms." And here's the thing, you may not remember this, had the biggest election stream on YouTube ever in 2016, were suspended for something years old just in time for the midterms. So we announced to you that we were going to be streaming midterms from Rumble. And then there was a movement to try and get Rumble to either drop creators like ourselves or for governments to ban Rumble. So it's not enough when the left says, if you don't like YouTube, go somewhere else. You go somewhere else, you create something else, they try and remove that too. Our position is, hey, YouTube, Google, just allow everyone. That's it. We're not asking for anyone to be removed.
No.
You're asking not only for channels that have built your company to be removed, but platforms that have nothing to do with your company. For example, we can't sell our socialism is for fake shirts and be on in the merch store and be anywhere on YouTube or other social media. That's not their store. That's not their website.
And it's figs.
It
doesn't even matter.
So in 2020,
can I add one thing to that?
Yes.
And also let advertisers choose who they want to put their ads with. I understand that some advertisers may not want to sponsor this show, and some may not want to sponsor, I don't know, Brian Stelter's a podcast if he has one. But there are tons that do. Why don't you just let them pick? They can pick the ideologies that they want to go with. They're like, if it's super conservative content, maybe not. We'll go with middle of the road or liberal. Fine, I don't care. I don't like that, but whatever. They get to choose.
Well, just look at just in the last week, right? Don Lemon is leaving X, and he's going to go start his own podcast. What did we say? Good luck. Chris Wallace leaving. I'm going to go start my own podcast. Good luck. We've told you that every major Hollywood star has a podcast, and they don't do well because they're fundamentally uninteresting and completely uninformed. Good luck. We even asked for any of them to be removed. They just appeared on Piers Morgan, what was it, 2 weeks ago? Of the guy, Tim Miller, former manager, advisor to Jeb Bush and Mitt Romney, gay, former Republican guy. All he did was come on and say, I'm garbage. Steven Crowder is garbage and he's awful and hate speech, whatever. And I've still not said it. He needs to be removed from you. Go listen to him. Good luck. Let's hear his arguments. He doesn't make them. You've never heard us ask for people to be removed unless they are breaking the law. Something else too. Look, very open. And we'll take your chats. Do you guys, I hope that you can appreciate we're open about our biases. I guarantee you that people right now in chat, you have something on which we disagree. It's okay. You know where I'm coming from. I'll make my case. And we work really, it drives Lane the Brain nuts. We're the only place that work really, really hard to provide you with references. And by the way, that's no small task every day to compile them and get them up on the website, because we want you to be able to inform yourself as much as possible. Watch this, 2 hours, you get what you need to know. We try and condense it, but if you want to learn more, please do. In 2023, NewsGuard gave this, Louder with Crowder, a red rating of 5 out of 10 stars.
Come on.
Red 5? That's my favorite die.
Compared it to Pod Save America. They got a green 9 out of 10. I don't know that Pod Saves America ever provides references for you to peruse. I would love to ask them. Hold on a second.
Unbelievable.
And our references lean heavily, heavily left. But which references do you have a problem with? What practices do you have a problem with? Which statements that we have made definitively today do you have a problem with? Oh, wait. Do you mean jokes? Is that what you mean? Because you don't rate Colbert. You don't rate leftist shows that combine both comedy and information. The difference is we provide all of our references and we go to great lengths to try and make sure that they actually lean left, because we don't want you to live in an echo chamber. So I'd be curious as to where they come from that rating. I'm certainly more open about being right-leaning.
Exactly. And you know how much the left hates InfoWars and everything that's going on.
Of course.
Right. I don't know that there's a name that you could throw out there that the left would hate more in the media. They rated us as less trustworthy.
Uh-huh.
That chart that we showed you
as more right-leaning.
Well, I mean,
Not this
to be fair,
particularly, but
to be fair, I think we just jumped up a spot.
Oh, well, no, that's in.
Wait, no, the Onion was actually rated more reliable.
Yes.
My bad. My bad.
Yeah. It's just it's
That's gonna be an Onion article. Watch.
This is what they do. All right, fine.
Make some phone calls.
Here's another claim that they make that Carr will punish TV stations on behalf of Donald Trump. Here's the truth. Carr has been pretty clear in communicating this, where he's talked about the equal time rule, which, by the way, was often trumpeted by the left, and he also tried to address the deceptive editing of interviews, particularly in this election cycle where we saw that take place, and that affects, the outcome as far as the future of our constitutional republic.
One of the remedies the FCC has ultimately would be license revocation if we find that it's egregious, and we'll see what they have to say about this. But it needs to deter this type of conduct, because when you're 50 hours before the opening of Election Day, the whole purpose of this rule is to give people a fair shot. The news distortion rule is a very, very narrow rule at the FCC. In almost every case, it doesn't apply because it could get into sort of editorial decisions that are protected by the First Amendment. But what he said is that CBS should release the transcript. And the reason why this complaint is not frivolous is because the rules say, for instance, the example we've given is if you take an answer to a question that is a yes, and you replace the answer of no from a different question, that's something that would potentially fall within the news distortion rule. My position is I agree with Catherine Herridge. She was a former CBS reporter. She has said that she thinks, just as a matter of journalistic practice, CBS should release the transcript. And I think that's right. I don't think this needs to be a federal case, because I think CBS should release it, and then that would, inoculate entirely CBS from that FCC complaint.
So you see a pattern here, and this is a very consistent pattern that you see from the right, most of the right, I should say, pushing for transparency and pushing for equal rules for everybody. The left pushes for banning of voices they don't like. All right, equal time. I don't even know that I would agree with him on that, because I don't think that a network should be forced to provide equal time as long as we know that they're opinion journalists, which is pretty much all news. But yeah, certainly deceptively editing interviews to mislead people, I think that's important. Again, I don't think that people should be banned from eating Oreos. I do think that people should be able to trust the labeling on their food, which is where RFK Jr. and I would agree. Does that make sense? You can comment. We'll take some of your chats.
That's totally reasonable.
I think you should be able to take experimental drugs if you want to. If you're facing some kind of terminal disease and it's something that hasn't gone through the approval process and you sign off on the risks, I think you should be allowed to. I think you need to be made aware of those risks. That's the kind of freedom, personal freedom.
To trick me.
Yeah, as long as you know. Here's another claim that the left will make about Carr. And this is what that he's going to be a simp out there for Elon Musk. And what's so funny about Elon Musk is this is the guy who the left would have supported wholesale, and they did until they realized he didn't agree with their totalitarianism. This is a guy, right? Electric cars, right? Doing away with the gasoline engine. He's done more for that than anyone on earth. This is a guy who has made a huge part of his technological portfolio providing broadband internet to people who wouldn't be able to access it in rural areas. These are all things that the left would be on board with, if not for the fact that he's Elon Musk. So this comes from MSNBC. Trump's choice to lead the Federal Communications Commission is a MAGA loyalist, seemingly hell-bent on helping Elon Musk. Well, here's the truth. Carr wants specifically to support Starlink in providing broadband access for more Americans.
Because it's the best one.
Exactly. Now, here's the thing. This is actually quite moderate, because it honestly could be argued from a conservative standpoint that it's not the government's job to issue any kind of a contract out there to a company to provide broadband for people. Like it's something that should be just a private exchange of goods and services because it's a commodity. That can be argued. He's not even taking that position. The position that he is taking is the government has wasted so much money spending on trying to create broadband for rural areas anyway, with no results, that you might as well go with the company that already has results. So in 2022, the FCC revoked an $885 million grant to Starlink, and they claimed that Starlink did not meet the requirements. So Carr said, in my view, it amounted to nothing more than regulatory lawfare. against one of the left's top targets, Mr. Musk. Rural communities stuck on the wrong side of the digital divide are the ones paying the price. And again, for context, the government did issue a contract for $42.4 billion for broadband in rural communities. I believe this was overseen by Kamala Harris. And not one person actually gained internet access as a result.
In 2021, Vice President Harris agreed to lead the administration's signature $42 billion effort to extend internet service to millions of Americans. It's now been 1,039 days since that program was enacted. After all of that time, not one person has been connected to the internet. Not one home, not one business, not even one shovel worth of dirt has been turned.
Wow. Where's the money then? Can we we
should have it back,
two
right?
walls with that.
Maybe they invested it and we have a return that's pretty nice.
And just think about compared to $42 billion spent on an objective failure. And the government all of a sudden decided to have standards of fiscal responsibility when it was $885 million, not billion, as far as a grant to Starlink.
And that's the future too. Like you're building something from the past by doing broadband the way that they're trying to do it. You've literally Starlink, you mail it to someone pretty much anywhere on the globe and they turn it on.
Yeah.
Well, the problem is that it works.
Yes.
And when the internet does work and you spend the money, the government money on it, then there's no one else to get another contract next time.
Yeah. Exactly.
So they need to help their friends out or themselves, their own pockets.
What was a recent study? I'm sure Mission Control can bring this to me, that it was confirmed through, I believe it was the Congressional Budget Office when they did an audit, $500 billion a year that is lost to fraud, actual fraud in taxpayer dollars, $500 billion a year. You guys can bring it up.
$500 trillion?
I believe it was $500 billion a
Holy
year. If I'm misspeaking and it was million, I don't know, but it was. God,
I hope so.
Billions of dollars lost to fraud.
Yes. Either way, I understand that we're talking when you talk about the federal budget, your prices move up quite a bit, and so it's all relative. But 500 million would be enough for me to go. Can we spend 10 million to try to save 500 million and kind of root out the fraud, or can we spend 20? No,
you go between 233 billion. That's the low end, and $521 billion lost to fraud.
That's a lot of
between 2018 and 2022.
But that's an annual number. Direct annual financial losses to the government between those years. Each year,
so each year they were losing between. So in other words, one year could be 233, one year could be 521. So yeah, again, going by was pretty accurate. Again, I'll probably get rated by NewsGuard a 5 out of 10 because I said $500 billion.
And right now,
you went down.
The recipients of that money or the holders of that money are shitting their pants.
Yeah,
knowing that
the fraudsters.
Department of Government Efficiency is coming.
Well, on the plus side, in 2024, they did update the numbers, and now we're just above InfoWars.
Hey,
look at that!
Oh, hey, we're in Dan Bongino's right there too.
That's
so
right.
good
There
company.
you go.
All right,
you could line up all of those right there. There's only one place that provides the references publicly.
I know.
If I get carted out for trash day tomorrow, my body, I hope that. If I've had one impact, it's encouraging everyone else to follow suit and start making the references publicly available. That's one thing that I liked when we used to read books and had bibliographies. Of course, it was impossible to actually check the references because you didn't have all the other books. But making that available, I think, is pretty important. Hopefully, it's something that that doesn't go unnoticed because I wish I would have had it. When I created the show, I said, hey, let's create what it is that we want out there and doesn't exist. If you notice the trend here with a lot of these picks, but certainly Mr. Carr, you see two trends: efficiency and transparency. Whether you're looking at Starlink, whether you're looking at big tech, whether you're looking at what is taking place with media, you are seeing across the board efficiency. Let's start trimming down some of this waste, and we need to have transparency. 230, let's pick a lane. Hey, let's see where these contracts are going, because many, many tens of billions of dollars and not one person on the internet, we can do better. We can do better than does anyone disagree with that? $42 billion spent and not one person connected to the internet. Does the left honestly think we can't do better than that? 233 is your best year since 2018. $233 billion lost to fraud. That's not mismanagement. That's not bloat. That's just fraud, meaning it's gone. We don't know where it is. We can't do better than that.
The uneducated white guy who owns the pizza shop in my neighborhood will give me a refund if he doesn't deliver it in 30 minutes.
Yes, exactly. The
How about,
uneducated.
yeah. Well, but he's doing just fine. How about you refund that money?
Right.
Let's give it back.
Yeah. You know what? He would be able to
Who's the
identify
company?
fraud because he has to run a business.
Should find that company. We should put that company into the court.
Yep.
Oh, weaponization. Sorry, can't do that.
Mhm.
Can't hold people accountable.
That's right.
Weaponization.
It would be weaponizing our intel. It would be weaponizing our agencies to do what they are supposed to do. Don't know if you know this, but places like the FBI, the CIA, or even the IRS, they largely are there to protect you from things like fraud. Hey, how do we have 70,000 new IRS agents and we don't have anyone in a position who could get to the bottom of, I'm not saying all 500 billion, 50 billion.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, let's just reduce it.
Yes. Baby steps. Baby steps. Find out who defrauded us of $50 billion. Baby steps. Maybe we get to $100 billion. And that would only cover a fraction of 1 year. I'm just, like, when people say, well, you're not going to be able to, the deficit, the debt. Well, hold on a second. Just look at that. Just start with that. That's outright fraud.
We just
Okay,
put
do
all
it
of
with
that to the deficit, right? And then maybe eventually we don't run a deficit and we can pay off some of the debt that we have here. But I hope that Elon Musk and Vivek go in there and do literally like the Twitter files with Elon going into Twitter and saying, here's all of this communication. I think we're just at a point where if you want to restore trust in institutions, it's not going to come from Elon saying anything or Trump saying anything. I'm sorry, it just won't, because people have been lied to too many times and you're just not going to trust, because it's going to seem outrageous. I think the things that we're going to find out, and we're going to be like, no, and the fake news media is going to run with it and say, no, that's not true. Just release it to the American people. Let us see the documents. Let us see the communications between these officials. And I'm not talking just about, departments with fraud. I'm talking about the Department of Justice as well. I'm talking about institutions that we have come to kind of rely on. I'm talking about knowing what Anthony Fauci was saying completely behind the scenes. Listen, you're in a government job. We, the people, have a right to know what's going on with the government that we allow to have control over us, not that has control over us.
Good point.
And kind of runs our day-to-day lives in some way, maybe more so than we want. We have a right to that information.
Yes, we do.
And it's the only thing that's going to restore trust.
It's my money and I need it now.
That's right.
Government positions shouldn't be considered one of the best, coolest, secretive jobs you can get.
Right. No, that's
people should be doing it despite the fact that it's a crap job.
Yeah.
That it sucks. That's we should pay them well, and they should do the job that sucks and then not be able to do it for the rest of their life.
You mispronounced public servant.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to say.
Your nation is calling on you to serve. Will you heed the call? Well, that depends. Well, it comes with a larger than average annual salary, many benefits, and by the way, immunity from insider trading. Does that sound good? Yep, sir.
Yes. You have a lot of actionable information come across your desk.
You should be able to be challenged for your seat, like a tribe.
Yes. Yes.
Like
Thunderdome.
I don't hate the guy, but Ted Cruz.
Yeah. No, I get
Your time's up, buddy. Meet me in the Thunderdome.
There you go.
2 senators leave. 2 senators enter. Only one leaves. Is that what it is?
Well, 2 men enter, 1 senator leaves.
Right. 2 men enter, 1 senator leaves. I bet you my money's on RFK. By the way, how much do you want to bet that RFK Jr. is just, he is the equivalent of Are We There Yet? Asking about the JFK files to be released.
Yeah.
How about now? Now we're getting, can I read it now?
Can I read it now?
Look, RFK, I'm going to turn this private plane around. Eat your tallow fries.
Text Elon, let him know.
I hope so badly they get to release all that stuff, man.
Oh, yeah. I know.
I'm excited.
I know.
I mean, the left's going to be pissed when they find out what really happened to MLK and JFK and all the other
That's
cases.
another flop. Remember, that was at Oliver Stone, the JFK in the movie, and people on the right like, crazy hippies. And now we're going, hey, you know what? Maybe they were right about some things. We don't trust the government. Like, no. We were joking about that.
Was that Obama?
No.
I want to know what Ben and Jerry think about RFK Jr. as an opponent. I genuinely want to know.
They're going to make a new flavor dedicated just to him.
Yeah.
I think their heads are exploding right now.
It's the ice creatine. God, I can't know. I got nothing. That was a hard ask.
It's hard. It is hard. It is hard because there's so many flavors and they make no sense.
They make no sense. It's always a pun.
I had Chunky Monkey
15 ingredients
for the first time the other night.
It's not bad.
No, I usually don't like banana flavored things because it tastes like medicine. Chunky Monkey is a good ice cream.
It's good. It's too much stuff though. It's too much chocolate chips. The chunks are like
I love
the size
chunks
of your
and ice
thumb.
cream. I love chunks and ice cream.
You bought Ben and Jerry's?
It was purchased for me.
Oh.
Lay off me, I'm starving.
I was gonna get Bluebell, but I'm not a fan of Listeria.
He only bought Ben. The Jerry came with it.
Yes,
that's true.
It came with a Jerry curl.
Oh,
I don't think they have hygienic standards as it relates to medically sealed packaging.
They're gonna.
Blow.
Let's grab some chat.
The RFK is going to look like it has measles.
Let's grab some chats.
All right. First chat from Blue Cheese. What impact do you think RFK Jr.'s advocacy could have on policy changes at the state or federal level regarding food ingredients?
Gerald?
I have, so this his policies, and so I had an answer to that. I think ban all pharmaceutical ads day one. Really, I don't want them. I honestly don't want pharmaceutical ads. What do you need them for?
You need them for pharmaceutical companies because they spend so much on R&D, and we basically fund the yeah, but how do they make, in other words, they need to educate people.
They need to educate doctors. You just said this. Ask your doctor if Listeria is right for you. Shouldn't you be telling me, doc? Like you've had that bit.
Well, Listeria is a foodborne illness.
I know, it's a joke.
No, there's nothing we can do, sir. It looks like you're going to die. What about Listeria?
Yeah, but it's
shit, I forgot about that.
Yes.
There you go. Thank God you asked. I'm not allowed to tell you unless you ask. That's what they tell me. It's like the secret word. I'm not allowed to say it. They slime me.
It literally is. It's kind of mind blowing to me that these these ads are even allowed on the. And I don't mean like allowed like I hate the free market, but I'm saying like that shouldn't be the way that the process works. You shouldn't be advertising something to the general public that the doctor is supposed to be the one telling you that you need. Fine, if you want to spend ad dollars and make sure that your product gets out there, go talk to the doctors.
Yeah,
and the nurses. That already happens, by the way.
That'll get even more annoying. One time I went into a doctor and they said, "Hey, do you mind if so and so sits in?" I said, "What? Who is this person?" They said, "Pharmaceutical rep." I said,
"No,
a sales lady. You want them to sit in our private medical exam?"
No.
How good looking is she? No, I don't want her to stay here.
Well, her name is Sarah McBride.
At the time, I didn't know.
And then you knew.
Different Sarah.
At the time I didn't know. If I heard
Sarah without an H.
Yeah. Sometimes you can you can rate attractivity based on names. You have a good guess.
There's cute names out there. There's also ugly names. Like you could be a beautiful person or handsome and have an ugly name.
Yeah.
Like Bertha.
We won't say them. Don't say
Ethel.
Ethel. I mean, yeah.
Gertrude.
Oh,
that's a rough one. Yeah.
Gertie.
Yeah.
Gertie's not bad. That's bad. I think of Galloping Gertie. It's a bridge that fell apart and people died.
Yeah. Also, by the way, Doug Burgum, I used to say like, I don't mind Burgum. He's on CNN right now. Turns out there's quite a bit more that we mind about Doug.
Mind a little bit.
Yeah, mind a little bit when you look into his connections with, he was kind of a novelty when he was running in the primary. Now you're like, oh boy, he did what with the Communist Chinese?
And he looks like Count Dracula? Wow.
He sucks.
Let's grab another chat.
Hold on. We need to answer the last part of the chat because I went.
Oh.
So I said
you said no pharmaceutical advertising. I just want transparency with labeling laws. So I had a guy.
Food ingredient. That's the question that they were asking.
Yeah, I had a guy who was diabetic. He was actually one of my jiu-jitsu coaches. And he just didn't eat a lot of boxed food because he said it can be off by 10%.
Yeah.
So, if you get an apple or something like that, or really, he just had to be really careful. He largely ate meat and like low glycemic index fruits or like oats. Because he said, for example, even if I think, okay, I can just take the right amount of insulin units if it's mac and cheese in a box. He said, okay, so it's 33 grams of carbs per serving. He said, but if you actually look at how much you'll be eating, you're probably eating about 3 servings as a man. So now you're looking at about 100 grams of carbs, give or take. There can be a variance of 10%. I can be off by 15, 20 units. If I go up and it's lower, if I go lower and it's up, I can be off by quite a bit. He said, a lot of people don't know that. I don't know how true that is, but I do know that they can have a variance. There's a certain sort of margin for error. And I would imagine that diabetics out there could correct me on that, but that was pretty eye-opening. So knowing what's in the food I mean, also like it doesn't apply to alcohol at all. Like sometimes you'll have these drinks and it's like, I get it if it's beer, if it's wine, you just list it. But if it's some other kind of a drink or a mixture that you get and it happens to have alcohol in it, you don't know what you're getting. So, I just would like more transparency in knowing what is actually in our food supply. I'd also like to see it change to the organic label because that's some real horse shit.
Yeah.
I mean, often it's the same exact brand as whatever else it is that you're getting. They just slap organic on it. I don't know if you know this, but if you're buying organic from a big company, the only thing it guarantees you is that it is not what you perceive as organic because these small local farms cannot afford that label. So you can have a small local farm where the goats and the cows roam free. They're eating grass, but they have to treat their fence posts for the winter. And so that's a chemical you can't use. You're not certified organic, or by God, they don't have the 10 or 20 grand that's required to get that certification. Meanwhile, the factory farm down the street greases the right palms. They follow the right technical rules and organic, and then you pay a premium. So I'd like to see really just more transparency in labeling in general.
And I want to get rid of a lot of the chemicals that we're putting into food. Like, we're one of the most unhealthy nations, and it's not just culture, right? There's a lot that we are eating, and it should not be in our food.
Yeah, we spend all this money on stuff like seeing how fast the shrimp can run. Maybe we should just spend the money on seeing how fast the shrimp can kill you.
Right.
There you go.
Yeah. That's
like, I don't mind a study about our food. It's
Right,
the
yeah.
studies that don't matter that bother us.
Yeah.
That's $42 billion going to not even a study, to an internet that doesn't work. Why not put that towards investigating some of these chemicals? And for me personally, I feel kind of dumb sometimes with having these conversations because I am ignorant to a lot of stuff. Like, we were talking about the vaccines when RFK is like, oh, he wants to do the double-blind test for this measles vaccine? Hepatitis vaccine. And I go, oh yeah, what's the problem of doing one extra test? And you're like, they don't do one test. And I'm like, oh
yeah.
I had no idea.
Right.
Like, what, they're not even testing this?
Right.
So there's so many things I have no idea what they're not testing for, but I'm like, yeah, fuck it. Cactus cooler, drink it. It's delicious. I don't know. It's supposed to be orange and pineapple. It looked green.
Yeah. Now it's and no one can know. You can't stay on top of everything. That's one of the few roles of government, is to at least ensure that companies aren't lying to you. As long as you know, in other words, if you look at it and you go, okay, this is bad for me, it'll give me cancer. Okay, fine. Because everything gives you cancer. Let's be honest at this point.
Yeah.
I like in Canada on the cigarettes.
That's pretty bad.
I think it's funny.
Well,
I mean, what's wrong with it? You can still smoke your cigarette. Like, I don't want to be told I can't do the thing.
Well, the problem is
you gotta tell me it's going to kill me.
in Canada, though, too.
They are.
People
Well,
can't
that's a different. The tax is a different thing. Taxing specific products.
Well, no, it's also expensive because you have to print all those pictures of of rotting lungs.
I think it's so cool. If you don't know, the Canadian cigarettes, they have they'll pictures of what it will do to you.
Right.
On
Same
the
thing in
box.
Europe. Same thing in Europe.
Well, we've gone too far, though, the other way as far as the anti-tobacco lobby. Like, a lot of people don't realize that tobacco, when they've isolated tobacco is a plant like tea. So when you're not dealing with all of these other chemicals that are added,
carcinogens
or
and
for
all
example, like American dip or chew, people out here know, like, I smoke the occasional cigar. I'll use something called snus. It's Swedish. It's not cured. It's basically pasteurized tobacco. They're very limited in what you can add in there. And when they've studied the population over a long period of time, highest tobacco use of that area of the world, but the lowest amount of oral cancer, esophageal cancer, because they're not smoking nearly as many cigarettes. A lot of people don't realize this. But here's the thing: when we're told, yeah, well, hold on, you have to trust the science. Like, yeah, but hold on a second. How many decades had to go by until you admitted that you were wrong about eggs?
Yeah.
Right.
Like,
What
just
about
think
sugar?
about eggs. They're like, oh, it's bad for your cholesterol. Turns out, no.
I still don't think they've done a public announcement or disavowalment of the food pyramid.
No, they have not.
And they
RFK
should.
talks about that all the time, and it blew my mind when I'm like, oh, this was sponsored by the wheat companies,
right? And red meat.
That's why they said, eat all the bread, you fat fatty.
Yeah. And
then I did.
and red meat, the big study that was always said that red meat, red meat is bad for your heart, and red meat increases incidence of cancer. It included the group that was eating red meat. They ate pizza with pepperoni that was included as red meat.
No, come on.
They never, absolutely. If they ate red meat, if it was pepperoni, if it was hot dogs, they didn't separate. Hey, people eating, let's say, good, relatively lean, or in some cases, somewhat fatty cuts of beef from no, when they separate for that, it is not. What is harmful is when and I'm not a dietitian, I'm not a doctor, but let me ask you this. Do you honestly think you are healthier following the American food pyramid than, for example, your diet primarily consisting of, even if it's just, let's say you don't even eat chicken, but you eat nothing but red meat, primarily beef, steak that you cook, season yourself, and fruit, salads, whatever else on the side? Do you honestly think that if you're not eating enough grains, you think the person who's following that pyramid is healthier than the person who eats primarily steak and fruit and veggies and maybe even some grains too, but is not following the pyramid? Steak, eggs. I'm sorry. You need
to believe that this guy is a monster, and now you're just like, oh, okay, well, I guess that's it.
Yeah, that there is a degree of that where they have to save face because, but again, I think you save face. The time to save face was when he won the election. Then they could have been like, well, the DOJ doesn't prosecute sitting presidents. That's a thing. So we had to drop it, kind of thing.
Do we have a possibility of a plot twist where Biden pardons him?
Well, he has to get convicted first.
Okay.
So
Can he drop the case at all and say, "Hey, no, let's not do this"?
I'm not totally sure. I would have to. I think since he's been convicted, he could get pardoned by Trump, actually, or by Biden, because
that would be amazing.
That would be an epic plot twist. where and then Trump would pardon Hunter when he gets convicted. Not that I'm a big fan of our politicians doing personal favors to get each other out of breaking the law.
No.
But it could be a relatively. They should drop it. They should have just dropped it. The judge could have just dismissed it today. He could have just dismissed it, but he didn't. But this is just cope. There's nothing to discuss. Like he's cooked. Like the case is done. They're not going to be able to go forward on this.
Well, the judge's daughter, was it the judge's daughter who raised that money, or was it the prosecutor's daughter?
The judge's daughter.
Oh, so if he dropped it, then his daughter could have disowned him. That's the thing, is a lot of people are so scared of what their kids are going to do, especially these liberal girls, liberal daughters.
Yeah,
it's like,
right?
am I going to get disowned by my liberal daughter if I vote for Trump? So then you've got
that one killed her dad in Seattle.
Exactly. You know what? Oh my goodness. I told my mom about that. And I was like, I told her, she's like, oh, what? She did that to her dad? That's terrible. And I was like, yeah. And I was like, get me to a troon also. And mom goes,
yeah.
Well,
what is a troon?
A transgender.
Oh.
I was like, she was married to a troon guy pretending to be a woman, and then mom goes, you know what, she put him out of his misery.
No.
Mom's like, I'm telling you, if that was me, I'd rather die and be with the Lord than have to live with them.
That's rough.
She put him out of his misery. It was so funny because I didn't even think of it that way. But I guess when you're old, you think of things
stuff just comes out of your mouth. Yeah.
It's just like, oh, he probably would have rather that than lived like that.
Yeah. Let me read the chat on the 2A aspect of Hunter's case. What do you mean the 2A aspect? I don't believe that felons should lose their rights to having guns, period. So I don't care if it's Hunter Biden or anybody else. So I'm not sure. I am reading the chat, but he should not have been. You shouldn't lose your rights, your Second Amendment rights, if you're a felon. That's crazy. Some viewer messages. Let's see. Chat's getting kind of ornery today. Chat.
They're feisty right now.
They are. It's only Tuesday, guys.
I know.
Yeah. The paging Dr. Ums. Oh, I got that one. Dr. Ums' biological father says Gothics and Melanie for the win. Also, Jesus is King. Buy Me an Anna says boo to Hannah Claire for leaving to rejoin Timcast. That's not what's happening. She already had this vacation planned before she started, so she'll be back in December. Push Up says Dr. Ums isn't that bad of a slip. I once was having a nice chat about 1984 with a lady who happened to be a total babe, and I blurted out, I prefer the boob to the movie. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
It's no Melanie Matko's boob either, but White Trash Pandas, presidents cannot pardon state level offenses. That's true. Yes.
Oh.
Correct. Andrew Jacobs says, really enjoying Gothics on here. I first discovered her Pop Culture Crisis. I've been a fan ever since. Keep up the great work. Yeah, thank you. Pac-Man says, good afternoon, Jeremy, Melanie, and Gothics. Big but narrow wins for the Packers and Steelers this past week. What do you think of Creepy Joe trying to start World War III? Well, I don't think Putin takes the bait. For those of you that don't know, Ukraine fired some United States-made long-range missiles into Russia, and the media is trying to say, everybody reporting on this is saying it's U.S.-made missiles. That doesn't mean the U.S. fired them. Ukraine fired them. And I don't think Putin is going to start a war with the United States over that. I think he knows that this is a setup. Bystander Syndrome, Melanie, concerning Jeff Keighley. Sorry, I know you feel bad for him, but I take no real pleasure but no mercy. I think I got all those. By the way, my co-host today, yes, my video quality is down. You caught me trying to upload I keep thinking I could upload a video in the background. I can't.
It's okay. You've got 2 women to carry for the camera. So
I know.
we don't need you in focus anyway right now.
That's hey.
That's rough.
I mean, I don't take that. I mean, hey, join as a member on thequartering.com right now, everybody. You know, that's you can talk to real women on there. I am joined by Melanie Mack, who's a unrelenting bitch. You can find her on YouTube.
Trademark that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then also on Rumble as Melanie Mack, one word. I'm putting it in the chat. I don't know why. She doesn't deserve it. And then Gothics also here. Oh, you're getting a couple hundred subs yesterday on Rumble.
I know. Thank you. That's you.
Yeah. Well, no, that was you.
it.
So there's Gothics' channel on Rumble and then also on YouTube, linked in the chat. If you want to subscribe to either one of these fine young minds, please do so. Also, interestingly, in the news, there is something going on Capitol Hill right now. Oh, my new alt account has already been banned on Blue Sky, by the way.
What?
Did you post anything?
I've broken no rules, and they mass flagged me both times now support, and they said that they're going to restore my original. Because I was like, I only made 3 posts and I didn't harass anybody. They're like, your account was banned for harassment. I'm like, what harassment? Go look at it.
Wow. I forgot my password on there. I need to try to log in. I made an account, came out, and I posted like 2 or 3 tweets on it, and that was it. Or posts, whatever. And then
they call them.
Yeah. So I don't know. I was wanting to go on there and say there were only 2 genders, but
you're gonna get banned for sure.
I know.
Yeah.
I saw this. I saw it. There was an account that showed a video like in real time of getting banned because they wrote there's only 2 genders, and then somebody was like. Somebody quote tweeted it and they got a ton of likes on it, but they were like, "Oh, I can't believe I have to unfollow this account for being taken over by right-wing extremists." And then someone in the comments is correcting them saying, "You unfollowed them because they told a biological fact."
Yeah. Well, the shitty thing about Blue Sky is that from a business perspective, I still am going to have an account there. I should have an account there.
Right.
What's happening right now is they have only 20 employees, and
basically,
yeah. But I mean, there were 435,000 reports in the first week. So all these libs are just mass reporting everything. So once that calms down, I'll go create another account, and they won't. And I think what they're doing is they're like, "Oh my God, 500 complaints came in on this account. I'm just going to ban it." They're not even looking, because I'm like. I said in my appeal, I was like, look at my account. All I wrote was, "Hi, love is love." And I can't wait to meet my new friends on Blue Sky. Those are the only 3 posts I have. And they said it was banned for harassment. Yeah.
That's what's crazy though, is I think that Blue Sky is going to be like Threads was, where it started out with a huge influx of people and then eventually it's going to die out.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing. I mean, they left Threads because it's boring. If you're on a platform where you are supposed to share your thoughts, but you are that censored. It's not. It's where it's for. Oh, you can only have to be positive, happy, say only proof things.
Yeah.
That's boring.
They literally just have the platform to sniff each other's farts. Like
exactly.
They don't even.
That's what it is.
There's no diversity of thought in it. That's not a good business decision.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's not that for sure isn't. I guarantee you that's not the actual policy of Threads. To just ban right-wing accounts or people who are perceived to be right-wing.
Right.
So what's going to happen is they're going to get a counter influx of people who are like, "What the fuck are you talking about? I didn't break any rules." And so people's accounts will start to get restored. It's entirely possible of those 20 people, it literally could have been someone that just hates the quartering, hates my channel.
Right.
Sure.
Just like people forget how Twitter used to be. I would get banned all the time on Twitter, and I was like, I didn't break terms of service, but they're like, well, yeah, who cares? Because some leftoid is the one making the decision, so they don't care.
I was going to say, I also think it depends on their terms of service. If they have something in there about hate speech, we know that our interpretation of hate speech is drastically different from the left.
Yeah.
For something like there are only two genders, you might not be explicitly banning right wingers, but like that's something specific to their worldview.
Yeah, that's why like I even told people like I'm not trying to fuck with the rules there. Like I'll follow the rules. I just want to have an account there because I think it's good for my brand to be present on
Right.
all social media platforms. I
Mhm.
don't have any interest in going over there and trolling because I know I'll get banned. But like I think that it's probably not what Jack Dorsey wants. By the way, Jack Dorsey came out as a pretty open-minded free speech guy after he sold Twitter. So once people start to like if Blue Sky becomes an actual platform and it survives this, what it is now is it's about 2 million libs, not just each other's butts, but also like soothing each other's wounds.
Yeah.
Once people get over it, they're gonna want to go back to fighting, and they're not gonna want to
Yeah.
like if you look at the posts that are going viral there, it's just all cope. It's like all anti-Trump cope. Mark Hamill is over there. He's got 500,000 followers. So it's like that's respectful. But like again, how long are these people going to cope over a Trump presidency? And also, does Jack Dorsey want to have a platform that's exclusively for leftoids? If that's the case, then I mean he's not going to be protected by Section 230. He's not going to be protected in the same way that other platforms are protected. So it'll be interesting, especially when you look at some of the stuff that is going on. Blue Sky, like they have literal pedophiles on there that are like, hey,
what?
Yeah, I mean, where's this one? Here. See again, you see Brooklyn Dad Defiant, who's like the paid Democrat
Ugh.
still.
He's so annoying.
Yeah. But I mean, again, like he's posting on Blue Sky instead of on X. But there's some of this stuff. Where is this?
Where's the?
I wanted to see. Oh, this is all the meltdown from. There's somewhere I was like, oh, hi, new followers. Those that don't know me, here's a brief thread on who I am and what I do. I'm a minor attracted person with 7 years of experience in the online pedophile communities across varying social media. I've seen good things and bad things that emerge here with a new understanding of myself. I consider myself a pedo rights activist because I'm not saying MAP. I'm not using their word. In addition to that, I'm also anti-contact. Oh yeah, well I'm a
So just thoughts. That's it.
yeah.
What the heck?
Yeah, this guy is not banned. I'm sure it's a guy. Is not banned on Blue Sky. But
What?
I am.
He's not banned?
No.
See,
no,
this
no,
is
of
the
course not.
thing is they feel comfortable on these liberal apps. There's a reason.
Wait.
Because it's just
Go
like,
back. What did it say about what does it say? Anti-norm? What does it say?
Oh, it says I'm also anti-contact, parentheses, against youth age gap relationships. I don't know what that is, but I'm assuming that means fucking kids. Like
I believe that
Youth
society
age
needs
gap?
a fundamental change. You sicko.
yeah, they believe that a
Wait,
pedo
so-
rights activist is on
Get the
their platform.
millstone.
No,
Get
I
it.
know. They're
Yeah.
pretending like, oh, well, you know what? I care about kids and their safety. That's why I believe in no contact. But I'm this, and I think about like, what the heck, sicko? If you truly, if somebody saying all this stuff truly cares about children, and they're gonna say, oh my goodness, somebody freaking get these thoughts out of my head or get me a revolver so I can take care of this situation.
Yeah.
They're not going to be acting like, oh, I can't. It's okay to think these thoughts. Like, come on, bro.
Yeah,
Disgusting. Trying to act like they can be moral but that's the thing is like perversion got accepted in society with all these pride movements and all this and that. And they started with slogans like love is love and this and that. So these pedophiles are gonna try their best to weasel in and be accepted by saying, you know what, I care about children, so I don't believe in this and this, but these are things I can't help who I'm attracted to. As long as I don't do anything, I'm still okay. And they think they're going to still be accepted for that and try to weasel themselves into acceptance for that and then take it further and further. But even where that's at is terrible. Get the millstone.
I'm
Well, they
just
allow this
surprised. I was
Go
gonna
ahead.
say I'm just surprised that people are surprised that it has gotten to this point. Like I just I just don't understand how you don't see the flaws in having a society that celebrates moral relativism and everyone just becoming their own god. You end up with stuff like this. That's why you need boundaries. You can't just be tolerant to everything.
Exactly. And this whole this profile right here with the protect trans kids, this whole kids are trans or kids can be LGBT and all this stuff, that is in the same vein as all this pedophile stuff. It's in the same family. Like you're messing with children and putting children in these sexual identities, mutilations and stuff. It's not as extreme, but it's still in the same family of that,
Right.
and it's
Yeah.
wrong.
I created a secret account on there that I'm posing as the most far left lunatic ever. And I've already gained 200 followers. And
Oh wow!
it's like, once it's like big enough, because I know the second I reveal it. Well, yeah, then I know they'll ban it for sure. But like,
right, but you can
the
make a
stuff
video
Just
about it.
use a disguise. Put a disguise on.
yeah, there's it's like, I just like, oh, whoever likes this post, you're on my list. Like, okay, you're fucking pedophile. Like, it's gross.
Yeah.
And you see, like, it's all over. And by the way, ironically, you know, all these people are against the wall. They've built a huge wall around Blue Sky. There's like no reason that I shouldn't be able to have an account there. Like, unless
Right.
they have a policy that says, like, if you've ever done anything wrong ever, even on other platforms.
Yeah.
But even that is not what I'm getting reported for. So like, I got
Right.
reported for harassment, which again, I never replied to anybody. I had like 18 followers, and so like they're just mass reporting, and I see it when I go on my secret account. If I type in like the quartering, they're all organizing, like, not just mass blocking.
Wow.
I don't care about mass blocking. I care about they're
Right.
all mass reporting, and like
Mhm.
they're like, love is love, except for if you're a conservative, and I'm not even a conservative. Like, it's so weird. RoboGuy says, for the war, I'm actually wondering where Trump is on this. He hasn't made a single statement about either when Biden gave the order or when Ukraine fired. Need to know. He doesn't need to say anything. He said a lot about it. He said that the day one when he becomes president, the war ends. I think that's kind of all he can say. He isn't the president right now, so he's got to be kind of careful about who he
Mm.
talks to, what he says. Push-Up says it's not about bait. Putin can't go to war with us because he'd lose, because Russia is now entirely dependent on China, and China told them not to use nukes. Well, and like the other thing is, if you know anything other than the nukes, which, okay, admittedly, but other than the possession of nukes, Russia is a pretty paper tiger. Their military is, they can't even defeat Ukraine. So like, why would I worry about them going to war with the United States? That's just not going to happen. And it's all just fear mongering from left-wing media. Cultivated Mind says, can I get a shout out for my friend Matt Powers? He has an epic soil conference today at r-soil.com. Live stream starts right after your show. We need this knowledge to fix our health. Okay, I guess.
All
shout
right.
out
Every
Matt
time
Powers.
I hear, can you give a shout out to my buddy and their name? I always think it's someone's going to try to make me say the N word or something.
Yeah.
Matt
good old,
Powers. I'm like, what is it? What does that mean? What is the
Yeah.
slur for that?
Oh, it's Nate Higgers again.
Oh, yeah, or
okay.
Nick Gurr. It's all that was
Yeah,
where I
yeah.
got caught.
Yeah. Yeah. Lord of the Rings says, speaking of mods, I got banned from Discord when I didn't even break the rules. Someone was being an a-hole. I defended myself. You can email me. I don't get involved in the Discord bans. But you can email me if you want. I can look into it. I wonder if I could get the same followers if I made a trans profile cooking YouTube show. Well, I guarantee you would be very popular on Blue Sky if you were a deranged leftoid. But like, again, this is not sustainable. They can't like only these TDS weirdos are gonna go there. Just like Melanie said, Threads was popping for like a week, and then it was gone because there's no one there to argue. Now I think
someone gave me a great idea in chat to use a picture of me in a beard with that filter, and I could do a parody Troon guy. Like, I'm good. I need to do this.
Yeah, Mac,
do it.
Mac Maloney. Go
Yeah,
by,
Mac Maloney.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah. Yeah, just run that and then like be fully committed to the bit.
All right.
I thought I had also today's kind of a light news day, but we had the Blue Sky thing is interesting. My little weirdo leftoid account is doing well, but it's a waste of my time. I want to have access to these people because there's probably some people that I can save.
The people who feel like they have to leave X to go on another platform because there's too many like right-wing people. Dude, X still has a bunch of woke people posting woke crap on there. It's it's not a hive mind platform. Now I know obviously my page is the For You part is showing me a lot of conservative stuff. But when I went on my new art account, which was my like anime account before, and I changed it to my art account. So my For You page is trying to figure itself out. It's showing me like artists and stuff. There are so many just troons, perverts, nasties, weirdos. I'm like, get this off my For You page. I don't see this crap on my main page.
Yeah, that I have like I have a personal account on X as well, and I don't interact with anything. I just use it now that Elon removed, so I can still see people that block me's posts. I don't use it as much, but I got served leftoid garbage all the time. All the time, like because I didn't interact with anything. So I was not getting. I can tell you this for a fact: I was not getting served like fucking Fox News tweets. It was like degen anime avatars, and talking about shipping. Like that, those kind of accounts.
Oh, those are always the worst. The shippers, they are gross.
They're also the most, they're the most degenerate people. And I remember,
they are.
like they basically ruined Star Wars. Like they accepted the shippers into their audience, and they ruined it. Like Raylo, the Raylos.
They're ruining that Tomb Raider community too, because it's just like, Sam and Lara Croft, and they want to ship them together, and it's just like now it's like they want to pretend like you've got all these people pretending like, Lara Croft was always a lesbian. Even Reboot Lara was supposed to be a lesbian, and it's like no, that's not. They're changing history because of their stupid shipping.
Yeah,
it's dumb.
By the way, huge shout out to this video's sponsor. It's Lumen. So this is a pretty cool little device that they sent me that you breathe into, and it tells you what's going on with your metabolism. So it's the world's first handheld metabolic coach. It's a device that measures your metabolism through your breath, and on the app it lets you know if you're burning fat or carbs and gives you tailored guidance to improve your nutrition, workouts, sleep, and even stress management. All you have to do is breathe metabolism. I definitely use it now that I'm back on intermittent fasting. Your metabolism is your body's energy. It's how your body turns food you eat into the fuel that keeps you going. So if you want to take the next step in improving your health, go to lumen.me/thequartering15. That's to get 15% off your Lumen, or just click the link in the description. That's lumen.me/thequartering15 for 15% off your purchase. Yeah, it's interesting. This guy's been doing a good job. I guess I'll give him a follower. The Libs of Blue Sky is a great account.
Oh, that's gonna blow up. I need to follow it.
He's already got 140,000 followers. It's wild. But he was. I'm assuming it was a he. I guess I don't know. A lot of people assumed Libs of TikTok was a guy too.
Yeah.
But they were messaging me and they're like, dude, I'm watching it in real time. Like they're already organizing, false flagging shit against you. And like, it's wild to me. I don't think that's good for business, but I think that it's just like YouTube. This was a thing that the left used to do on YouTube. I don't know if you guys remember this, but you could just mass flag an account and they would take it down. Like YouTube just couldn't, justify, like YouTube, you could mass flag it and then the channel will get suspended. I'm sure that's what's going on Blue Sky.
Mm-hmm.
Every time they banned my account, I would use my True Alternative account. And it would say, I would see them all celebrating. Yeah, there's no spot for hate here. It's like, bro, you guys know that you hate me, right? Like, that you hate me. You know that you're banning me out of said hate.
That's different though. Okay.
Yeah.
You can hate bigotry in their language.
Yeah, Lord of the Rings says, is the members only its own server? Wanted to join the site, and meaning it's on its own server. You can email me. I'll look into it. Lord of the Rings. Hexa says, Jeremy, if you haven't noticed by now, my avatar is Retro Goldie Gopher. Anyway, I'll be subscribing on Rumble soon. The Trump landslide unfurling has simplified my finances. Very cool. Cooking Inferno. Why bother with them? You'll just end up pulling your hair out. Money.
Money.
Yeah. That's why I deal with them. I wouldn't recommend anyone else willingly consume that level of cringe. But for me, Blue Sky is going to be a weekly cash grab. Like there'll be a video every week or two of these people. So of course I have to cover it. MCL says adult entertainment has desensitized people to stuff that they should be disgusted with. I think we should strictly regulate it. Most men get in. I won't say ban it, but I do admit that pornography is bad and porn is one of the biggest problems men face in this country. They're fed it early in their life. It's way too available. I'd agree with that. And it kills men. It destroys men's ability to have relationships with women.
Mm-hmm.
And it sets unrealistic expectations for bedroom activities. Surprise, guys, a lot of these gentlemen are on their third or fourth load, and they're taking dick pills, and they're also, like all this stuff. Like it's not real sex, and it sets this weird expectation for men. As a man, it's like, wait, I'm supposed to bang for like an hour straight. I mean, I know.
I saw one woman describing like how her husband or ex-boyfriend, or I don't remember who it was in relation to her, but was watching a bunch of porn, and he was watching so much of it that it wasn't even, because I know there's a lot of people who make the excuse of like, but I'll never find anybody. What am I supposed to do? And it's like, well, these guys have access to a wife or who wants to do that with them, but they would rather watch their video because that's what their brain is craving, because they built an addiction for it. So even the real thing with a real woman, even
never live up to
the beautiful one,
Right.
it's not going to do that for them, because they are so like used to their hand and watching those videos that's what their brain wants, and it's terrible.
Yep. I say ban it altogether.
Yep.
And I don't go with the argument of, but let people do what they want. It's their job. Get another job. Okay, because like the way that I look at it is like, yeah, you also have how addicted it's become for men, how it's ruined relationships, it's ruining households, but then you also have the added factor is it gives perfect cover for human trafficking too. And I think that's one part of the conversation people don't like to acknowledge. You don't know what age that person is that you're actually watching online. You don't know what their circumstances if they willingly started doing that. So I say ban it altogether. I think I knew that it was becoming a bigger problem when I couldn't even scroll on Twitter without seeing booty cheeks on my timeline.
That was the worst.
I don't even go, like if you go on Twitter, you see like I don't even go to trending hashtags because they're always overtaken by
Oh, yeah.
uncensored pornography.
Yep.
Like
Yeah.
I famously remember like the Packers had defeated the Cowboys, and so trending hashtag was cowgirls, and I was like, oh, haha, everyone's making it's just a bunch of fucking hardcore sex. And I was like
Right.
at the grocery store, my wife's like, what the fuck? And I was like, I thought they're gonna be memeing on the Cowboys. I didn't know. So like it is too accessible. You know, I'll acquiesce getting 2-1 here by two Christ-pilled people, but I will at least meet you in the middle and say that I think it's very, very bad. There's literally no benefit to pornography.
There's not.
No, there's not. There's not.
And fellas, like, you know,
And guys, trust me. Okay, here's another thing for guys who want to look at that as like how they are going to be perceived by women. That is, you know how if you think of a woman who has like a billion body count, how disgusting she looks to you. A guy who watches porn, it's the equivalent. A man who
For
watches
women,
porn
yeah.
is disgusting for women. It's just like, ew, he's gross. Like
true. It's true.
it just gross coomer. That's how we think of guys who are actively watching porn. Obviously, pass is a pass, but a guy who actively watches porn is like disgusting to women. Gross.
yeah, that's basically true. And I think that for me, as somebody who often covers like men's issues, I would say like, hold on a second. Anyway, it creates this crazy expectation that demotivates men from it's a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yep.
So you end up with like, well, I'll never like fire my load 6 feet across the room like that guy in the porno, or like, or like, you know, be able to have sex for 45 minutes or whatever the case may be. Most of these porn guys, these male actors, there's a great documentary. It's a little old, but from Louis Theroux, where he is like, he's a little woke now, but he did a documentary on porno, and he like starred in a he didn't fuck anybody, but like he starred in a male porno. He's interviewed a lot of guys that like they're all addicted to Viagra. They can't even get hard without it. They can't have sex with their wives or girlfriends who are also in porn. Why do you think that is? They have like all these deep problems. Most of the men in gay porn are not actually gay. You know, the whole thing is just gross. And, you know, if you took that 5 minutes a day where you're watching porn, I'm not going to say I never watch porn, obviously. But like, you know, I think that if in that 5 minutes you worked out or you joined a club, you know, I'm not shitting on the guy that, you know, gets the poison out once every week or two, but I'm saying like, if you're watching it every day, you're really doing damage to yourself, and you will probably never find happiness because it's just going to program you. I thought Melanie saying that about you program your brain to prefer your hand is like so true. And look, it happened to Terry Crews. Like Terry Crews, good looking guy, good looking wife, got addicted to porn, wouldn't have sex with his wife, almost ruined his marriage. But like, what does Terry Crews need to jack off to? You know, like he's got a super hot wife, he's yoked, he's in good shape, and he just got addicted to it because anybody can get addicted to it, and it's also become truly a gateway in modern television. Like I generally don't even watch shows, not to be a prude, although in this panel I should be okay. Like Melanie and I have talked about it before. Like needless sex scenes in TV is a huge turnoff for me now. Like if
I
it's
don't
in
watch
there,
stuff with that.
Yeah.
You don't need to have it. I don't. I have yet to understand or see any sex scene where it actually adds something to the story.
Right.
What happened to fading to black? Just fade to black. I mean,
Exactly.
that's totally fine. It doesn't need to be in television. You know, like it just doesn't. There's nothing about putting it in Game of Thrones that made Game of Thrones any better, other than making it more degenerate. There's
Mhm.
nothing. There's just, quite frankly, nothing. look at Wolf of Wall Street had several kind of like hardcore degenerate
Mhm.
scenes. Like that didn't make the movie any better.
I didn't, and
Like,
I like that movie. To
I
be
liked
fair,
it. Yeah,
I enjoyed it. There was like way too much boob. Like what?
Yeah.
What is this?
I don't know what that is, but I get what you're saying. Like as a boob guy, but I get what you're saying. Like I'm watching a movie, I'm like, all right, we get it. Like boobs. Like it's not really moving the story forward. It's not really interesting. They're just there to be there. I even go back and look at a movie like Roadhouse when they had all those shitty boob job boobs. There's like tons of pointless toplessness in the movie, but at least there weren't like hardcore sex scenes. Now it's like you used to get a boob in a movie and you're like, ooh, boobies. But now it's like you're getting P and vajay and like you're getting
Right.
hardcore fucking. And it's like, is that necessary? And not everybody who watches these movies, I mean, shockingly, is 18 or older either. Like lots of kids watch Game of Thrones, lots of them.
Right.
And they're getting exposed to basically pornography.
Oh yeah.
Or, you know,
There was a question in your chat that I just saw, and I kind of want to ask you:
yeah.
do you think porn supports population control?
Yeah, of course it does. Yeah. Yeah.
Ooh, that's a good question.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's been a long theory. And then people will say, who makes all the porn, Gothic?
Oh, no.
But like, I at least subscribe to that. Like,
Yeah.
it's just like in 1984. It's like have them the sports, everything to keep you distracted. Pornography is the exact same thing. Like,
Well, one thing that too, a lot of people don't realize as well, because when they're like, okay, I don't want all this gay crap, I don't want all this. But I like to have a bunch of titties on screen or whatever, and it's just like, why do you think things got to where they are? And when people
Right.
don't see things from a biblical lens, they miss everything. Is that sin doesn't contain itself. So it started with, oh, let's put tits all in the movies all the time, and
That sounds good.
that sounds great. Well, guess
Yeah.
what? Now everything is gay. That because it doesn't contain itself, it will get more and more and more degenerate. So so people say, oh, let's just leave it here and then we're good, but it doesn't work that way. So we should be striving for a wholesome society and just get rid of it all.
Yeah, I think that's a fair argument to make, that like even I have become desensitized to it. Like titties used to be like, I remember, like, fellas, I've talked about this before. I remember my first movie boob, like, very well. Like Lethal Weapon 1, first boob I ever saw on screen. Second boob I ever saw on screen was Super Troopers. Not Super Troopers, Starship Troopers. Shower scene. But like, and that just shows you how impressionable that is. Like I was probably 13 or 14. There's shit I can't even remember a single girl I dated in high school, or like I can't remember any of my teachers' names, but I remember those movie boobs. And like that whole like, now it's like I see like hardcore fucking on screen. I'm like, like it's like, and now days I just turn it off, or I think like, like even a show like Schitt's Creek. Like it's pretty decent, and then like the whole like last season, there's like focus on this gay relationship, and then of course it's like now they're in bed together. Like it just goes down. It's like it's a slippery slope, and like before you know it, you're watching hardcore porn on TV, and you're like, wait a minute, not that Schitt's Creek went that far, but like, it's in almost everything nowadays, and it's not good. It's a distraction. It's like, it also, and by the way, just to stand up for the fellas a little bit too, chicks that get addicted to this stuff too.
Oh, totally.
Yeah, some women do a lot more than how it used to be. It's definitely not as much, but some do, but they're also degenerate. I mean, and they get into even more degenerate stuff from that, like with the books, like all these.
Yeah.
I was.
Look at 50 Shades of Grey. How many women read that?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I saw a
That's just
TikTok video of
pornography.
these women describing these sex books they read, and these fantasy novels, and one of them's like a werewolf that is doing nasty things to women, and it's just like it just gets grosser, and it's like, dude, this is degenerate. So yeah, there's definitely some degenerate women out there too, but it's not just because some women do it doesn't make it good. Or if it's just like, oh, well, some women won't find you gross because they're watching it. Well, do you want a degenerate woman to be attracted to you?
Like I don't want to say this is just a guy thing. Girls are definitely participating in it too. But let's be real, like by and large, in terms of like lust, that's something that you find way more with like the male population. And even if women are creating all of these like their own films and whatnot, I doubt women are funding other women. Like it's men funding it, so men have to be the ones to be like, no, I'm not going to buy that from you. I don't want to.
Exactly. And men are and they're preying on men, but they know that that's a weakness for a lot of men, and so they are getting a lot of money off of these men with their OnlyFans and things like that, and they're hurting men in the process, who then aren't able to form actual relationships, or they become, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, like you said, Jeremy. They become these incels, because what woman is going to want a man who is watching girls on OnlyFans and gooning out to that? Like, that's just so gross.
In defense of the comment that, I mean, I do think in terms of your prototypical jerking off to porn, that's mostly men. But I think we all agree that 50 Shades of Grey is pornography, right?
Oh, exactly. Yeah,
Oh,
that
totally.
is.
And
So
I will be the first to admit, I have consumed those back in the day.
My wife
Okay?
has too. I'm just saying, I'm saying my wife has too, right? 165 million copies sold. Men weren't buying that book. So like women also get sucked into that fantasy world.
That's true.
And then they probably went home and they're like, oh, my husband doesn't look like Dorian
Exactly.
Gray, or he's not
why doesn't
spanking
he?
me. And
Yeah, exactly. You're right. You're right.
But like
It's
that
all
new
bad.
trailer that's coming out, the new movie, was it like Nicole Kidman in it? Who is playing like, I don't know if it's Nicole Kidman, but she's playing like this business CEO, and she's having an affair with someone that she hired. Yes, like a girl boss version of 50 Shades of Grey.
Oh, terrible.
Oh no.
Is it at least a man she's sleeping with?
Yeah, it's a man.
Oh.
To my knowledge.
Yeah. Yeah. Because that, I would not have expected that. I would have expected.
Oh, and women also have games. I've seen the ads for them. There's these like games that have like these anime drawings, and I think it's like a dating sim, but apparently they get sexual. So they do have their porn games and stuff. So women definitely are participating in it in a different way.
Sorry, I have to remember Tim Pool's news company had to sue somebody because the porno game. There's a porno game that came out called Subverse, and I think they were first with it. Then Tim Pool called his news company Subverse, and it was like this whole thing.
That's funny.
Some comments from chat. The Gaming Murph says, "Good morning, everyone. If anyone is interested, I was interviewed yesterday for the Understanding War podcast. Spoke of my experience on the ground during the botched Afghanistan withdrawal." Oh, shout out! I'm glad you made it out, Gaming Murph, too. By the way, I don't know. Cooking Fertile says, "I don't know. I'd rather see my wife while I push her legs back and smile, and the smile on her face." I'm not sure what that means. Over porn, maybe?
There
Yeah.
you go. See, that's the thing is
Yeah.
that's supposed to be shared between a husband and a wife, and it's supposed to
Yeah.
be a beautiful thing, and they should have eyes for each other and not other people.
King of Biltong says, add biltong to your stocking stuffers this season. Healthy, high-quality protein snacks packed with B12, zinc, iron, creatine, and more. Get some at biltongusa.com. Quartering 10 for 10% off. We have dried fruit. I had some biltong for breakfast. The Angus, I eat it every day. And also, Anton said, we stream Friday and Sunday at 4 Eastern, 3 Central. Shit talking while cooking real food. Yeah, shout out. Kexa says, this is 100%. Thank you for having this difficult conversation. Let me know if my avatar pick takes. It's kind of small for me to see. That's what she said, but I'll see. I'll open it up in the other one. It takes a while for Rumble to propagate user data across all its servers. Donut Muncher says, modern wives don't serve their husbands after securing the contract. Not saying porn is good, but most women withhold sex. I'd be careful about saying most.
Well, yeah,
Some
I
do.
wouldn't say some do, and
do.
that's wrong. But here's the
Yeah.
thing: is something that like myself speaking on and Gothics is we want to see society go to a biblical standard, and by a biblical standard, you're not supposed to withhold sex from your husband, or the husband isn't supposed to withhold sex from his wife. Obviously, if you're sick or something, there's some exceptions, but they're not. So it's unbiblical to withhold from your husband or wife, and so yeah, this under biblical morality, then this is not
Yeah.
a thing.
By the way, that,
Yeah.
that he continues, says the man is stuck between porn and cheating. No, he could leave her.
Yeah, you can also work on your marriage,
Right.
communication.
Read the Bible.
I guess. Yeah.
Read the
yeah.
Bible. Go to church. Start
Yeah.
following the Bible, and then that won't be a thing.
Yeah, I would
But
say
yeah.
that as a man, I have had friends whose wives did withhold for a very long time, and
That's
it's
cruel.
it's a thing, but also like there are. I mean, ultimately, you have many choices. You could work on it, or you get a divorce. I mean, but like you don't have to cheat. You can
Right.
work on it,
Right.
voice your concerns, see if they're willing to talk about why they're doing it or what's going on. That's obviously a conversation I think
But
most women
thinking
probably
that
aren't going to want to
porn-
have, but porn is
Thinking
not
that
a good
porn
alternative.
fixes that doesn't fix that. Porn is not sharing intimacy with somebody. It's like, oh, I'm not eating good food, so my only option is drinking poison. It's like, no, it's still not good.
Here's one thing I'll say too, fellas, about porn. As again, like I'm less hardline than the ladies are, but like porn will subconsciously change how you interact with your wife, and it can change how willing you are to romance her and work harder to perhaps break the ice, because you always have like this literal easy release. And I can't give you a tangible a tangible example of it, but like I think the logic is sound. Like you're like, you don't feel like the urge, so you don't work as hard. Maybe you don't, bring her flowers one day, or you don't, all the things guys do, like that we want, give her a back rub, that's universal trade. I thought that was universal trade, but like, it says it can change the way you interact with your wife, and you might not even notice it. And she picks up on that, which is then why she may not want to be intimate, Oh fuck says, what are your favorite movie boobs? Mine are Salma Hayek's and Desperado. Well, I don't know. I'd have to think. Girls? Yeah. Yeah.
Zero.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some good ones, but I'd have to go back. And Salma Hayek was a classic. That was a top 5 movie boob for me. King of Biltong, we have no TV. Our kids are homeschooled and have no phones. We don't watch anything mainstream. We listen to podcasts with Jeremy, Luke, Sticks, Viva, and others. Some social media, but that's it. Yeah, and they're fine. And your kids are going to be fine. Kexa Hex says, incel is a state of mind for both men and women. We have to reverse course as a society across the world. Well, a lot of this is coming from the mainstream and the division that they push.
Right.
Just look at the women melting down and being like, oh, I'm a 4B movement now. I'm not going to have sex with men anymore because somebody who has no impact on my life from a day-to-day perspective won an election that I may or may not have even voted in. Like, that's not normal. We need to get back to the, hey, maybe who's president? This like, I feel like this has been a big tangent, but this is something I try to, and I want to get your girls' opinion too. This is something I really try to preach to people, even though I do what I do for a living. This is like a stripper telling guys to not go to strip clubs. But, like,
I'm afraid.
You have to unplug.
Oh,
Like,
you do.
You can't live. You can't be terminally online.
Mm.
Have you ever met anybody who's terminally online who's a happy person?
Oh no, they're not. They're
No.
not.
They're constantly stressed out. They're constantly upset about something. The happiest people I've ever met don't even go on the internet. Like they're
That's
just like,
true.
I don't watch the news. I'm a handyman. I do my business. I have my 4 Miller Lights after work every day. These people are the happiest people I've ever met in my life. They vote, but they go vote every 4 years, but they're not sweating it, because the fact of the matter is, in most cases, unless the president's terrible, like Joe Biden, these presidents aren't affecting your life, most people's lives day to day. So that's something I try to preach to people. Like, you can consume a lot of internet, but it has a price. You pay a price for that. It's like a drug, and
Yep.
it makes you turn into Gollum. Like,
Yeah.
it's like The Ring, and
True.
you can't what do you two think about that?
Oh yeah, I start like if I'm online too much and I'm not touching grass, not seeing family, not doing a hobby or something I genuinely enjoy, I do start to get depressed. And I think that's why you will see a lot of these streamers who complain about, oh, streaming's so hard. It's harder than a 9-to-5. It's not harder than a 9-to-5, but they are so online and never off of it that they've gotten themselves so depressed
Yeah.
that they're in that state
think
of
that's
mind.
true.
They think that
Yeah.
it's true because they're so depressed because they don't unplug.
Yeah.
And I notice if I do nothing but am online and I'm not doing things I like, I start to get depressed. But then if I just do something I like lately I've been drawing more. It's like, oh, I feel great. I feel happy. I'm doing things that I enjoy. That's not just online and social media.
Yeah, I say the same exact thing to my audience. Like, it's visibly, you can tell if someone is chronically online. I actually met someone recently at the airport he was literally speaking in like Reddit terminology.
Wow.
I'm like, this is bizarre. But yeah, you got to go outside and touch grass. And I think that that's easier said than done when you are a
Yeah.
content creator, because that's how you make your money. But then, like, I also say, okay, get creative, find something that you can incorporate with content that doesn't require you to doom scroll on social media and look for things to make outrage content about, you know what I mean? Like, find something else. But yeah, because you mentioned these content creators who aren't even making like political content in nature. They're just, Twitch streamers or whatever, saying that it's harder than a 9-to-5. No, I just think you need to go outside and find some hobbies.
Yeah.
Yeah. And by the way, shout out to this stream's sponsor, Rumble Premium. If you don't like ads, you want to support your creators. As you know, the war against free speech is in full swing, and I have a discount for you, by the way. Rumble is a leader in defending fundamental human rights. Recently joined X to sue a cartel of advertisers and ad agencies who conspired to block ad revenue from going to platforms. Even Dunkin' Donuts didn't want to advertise on Rumble because of what they called right-wing culture as a way to rally around these issues. Rumble recently launched Rumble Premium, an ad-free viewing experience with some great perks for both viewers and creators. Upgrade to Rumble Premium today to support free speech. The tides are turning. Rumble is offering $10 off with promo code QUARTERING when you purchase an annual subscription. Go to rumble.com/premium/quartering. That's linked in the description below too. Use promo code QUARTERING. Like I said, if you have the means and you believe in the cause, now is the time to join Rumble Premium. If you don't, we're just happy that you tune in. Yeah, we want you to get time off the internet, but after our show.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Don't log off yet.
Yeah. Over on YouTube, Robo Guy said, I'm also worried for the next term for Trump. The Senate Dems are approving far left federal judges. The Senate Dems are approving like crazy in the state, and the Senate GOP is not doing anything to stop it. We need to get the GOP to do their job and stop them. There's also an omnibus bill coming that might try to tie Trump's hands for the next years. Mike Davis is sounding the alarm on this. I've seen that. That's not going to pass before. They're not going to pass any major legislation now. Remember, Thanksgiving's next week. Christmas is 3 weeks after that. I don't think they're going to be able to get it passed. In general, they don't pass anything during the transition period. So I think we'll be okay there. He also said, for the porn stuff, do you have similar thoughts with hentai or something similar to it? Yeah.
Yes.
If it's
Yeah.
pornography.
Yep.
Yeah. Hentai is pornography.
Yep.
Push-ups. Marvel sex scenes are a plot to bring back Nephilim. Are there sex scenes in Marvel movies?
What? Oh, do you mean like I know that on their Fantastic Four comic book, they now it's like Johnny Storm is in a relationship with an alien now, and it's not even like a female looking hot humanoid alien. It's a straight up creature. Like it just, and so I think there was a sex scene in that comic with that. And I have wondered about that conspiracy about how the government and all that is already preemptively trying to get us prepared for aliens, and I don't believe in aliens. So I think if we see aliens, they're going to be demons, or and they could possibly, if you want to go down a conspiracy, try to bring back Nephilim by having a fallen angel sleeping with fallen angels, right? And so, oh yeah, I want to marry I want to sleep with an alien, and then you're having sex with a fallen angel and creating an abomination.
Okay. The
So that's the theory of the day.
yeah. Opinionated junkie. I'm on like page 23 of the Bible. That was a little opinionated junkie is mad that we were talking about porn. It looks like moral panic. We should legislate the bedroom. Got it. We should ban video games because they're addictive. Look, you can watch the porn all you want. Just know the consequences of it. You know, if you don't think porn is altering your brain, I would implore you. Like, I don't want to shit on you. I just want to implore you. You might watch that stuff, but I implore you to just look at how it rewires your brain.
Can I say something to that really quick?
Yeah, of
like
course.
Because also I don't believe in trying to ban. You can't ban sin. Okay, it's just, you're not going to be able to get rid of sin. But I think in the context of the public square, we should have boundaries. You want to do whatever you want to do in your bedroom with a consenting adult, have at it. But I don't want to see it publicized and normalized in society. Like, we should celebrate it, because that's literally like a social contagion. And then it's no wonder why we have so much moral decay. So we have to have boundaries.
It does ruin society. So porn being normalized and so easily accessible everywhere has been responsible for a lot of this stuff in society. You don't like woke ideology, you don't like this and that, you don't like all this queer stuff in your video games and your movies and this, I don't either. Well, guess what? Porn is partially responsible for that.
Panda says, explain what an incel is. Like I'm 5 because I have no clue.
It's involuntarily celibate.
It's
So
somebody
it's like
who
somebody-
can't get laid, and
They
then they're-
can't. They can't get in a relationship. They can't have any. They're incapable of, like, it's not by choice that they're celibate.
Yeah. And some of them, maybe there's legitimate reasoning for it. Also, some of them, they might just. It's also
Some of them could
a
get out of it
convenient
if they.
excuse.
Yeah. Some of them don't. Not. I think most people who are like that don't have to be. It's just they are because of society facilitates that right now.
Yeah, the dating market is tough for men out there, but I also think it's tough for women who aren't whores too.
Right.
Yeah. So, and then Sonosi says, don't know if you cover thoughts on Jeff Keighley trying to trademark Game Awards and Side Scrollers real Game Awards attempts. I don't know or care much about. I don't think why trademarking it is meaningless. People watch. If it was called, if Jeff Keighley called it the Video Game Awards, would less people tune in? No. If he called it the TVAs instead of Video Game Awards, it's just people tune in for the people, not the name. Like, I think Melanie Mack's YouTube channel name is way too long, but yet people still tune in for it.
I got that advice. People like I had one of my friends who like has a really successful YouTube channel give me like an audit on my Go Boom channel, and his advice really did help in it because after I took his advice, my channel was starting to do way better. But one of his advices was, you need to shorten your channel name, and that was one thing I wasn't gonna do. I was like, I'm gonna take my chances. So far it's been fine.
Yeah. It still pops up when you search for Melanie Mack.
And that's the thing is, I think it's good advice. I do think it's a long channel name, but yeah.
What I'm saying is they're looking for Melanie Mack. It could be called, Melanie Mack Go Boob or whatever. It wouldn't really matter. JR, so the more Nephilim talking, less politics. That was enough for me. I'm gonna have that's above my pay grade. So I wanted to, speaking of moral decay, it's funny that we talked about we kind of talk about this stuff, and now it's like a cultural issue. So we have Denzel Washington, which I guess up until now I thought was pretty based.
That's what I thought.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm shocked. I'm like, was he actually going to do this? He's supposed to be a Christian.
He did do it, and he kissed the man. And
he
was
actually
like,
kissed the man?
Yeah.
What?
Here's what he said.
Say it?
Yeah.
This movie makes a big return. You are a part of it. Why did you want to do it?
Because you asked.
Money.
Scott, it's Gladiator. There's no, because he asked me. Simple as that. And a good script, very good script.
Yeah. We see you do things in this movie we haven't seen you do in a little bit. Like, you're wonderful in everything that you do. You're wonderful in everything that you do.
Thank you.
When they talk about Oscar buzz, at this
Here we go.
point in your career,
You gotta
how
have
do you
gay shit
process
to get an
that?
Oscar,
Let's let it happen first. Well, the buzz is nice, but,
Yeah.
No, I didn't want to say what I was going to say. It had to do with buzz. Go ahead.
When you got, I'm looking forward to seeing you on Broadway. I love seeing you return to the stage, playing Othello in a role that you played when you were 22 at Fordham University.
That's correct. I
does he
think
get
I know
there?
the part a little bit better now, and I'm
It's in the title.
looking forward to
Yeah, it's
rehearsing.
only
You love
30
being on
seconds
stage.
left.
I love it.
That's where I feel like it's really the work is born.
That's the actor's medium. Film is a director's medium. Stage is an actor's medium.
Big headline about a certain scene, a kiss that was omitted from the movie. Why do you think they did that?
It wasn't even a big deal, really. I mean, I that's about what, and I kiss him on the hands.
Thank you very much for sponsoring. Nice to see you.
That was so cringe.
Oh, the thing. What's weird is didn't the director though say there was an interview with the director and he said no, it didn't happen. They just played it out, but we didn't actually do it. So I don't know what played it out means. Wouldn't that mean actually acting it out? But I don't know. He's saying that they never actually filmed that, but then you have Denzel there saying, "Oh yeah, it was no big deal. That's all it was." So is he saying that's all it was supposed to be, or did he actually do that?
I saw another interview with Denzel where he was literally saying, "Yeah, I kissed the guy on there." Yeah, there was another interview.
Yeah, he definitely said that. Yeah.
Why is he doing that?
And this guy is a Christian, and
no.
And I mean, I didn't have any interest in seeing a sequel, a Christian light.
Yeah.
I didn't have any interest in seeing this movie anyway, but it's a sign of the times, isn't it? Where this is like a big deal now. They're like, perhaps we can interpret these comments all together to mean that there was no quote gay kiss in the script, that Washington acted the moment. I doubt it. And improvised a heck. I doubt that too. I'm sure he was told to do it. And a take that simply didn't get used, but the gay kiss getting cut out of homophobic cowardice didn't happen. Connie Nielsen told the outlet of Governor's Awards, "My grieving scene didn't make it into the film either. It's not homophobia. It was just no room for it." Bullshit. They knew, because the times are different, girls. The times are different.
Yeah.
They knew that one scene would be enough to cost them $50 million. At the
Oh,
box
they
office.
knew. They knew.
They knew. That's why they cut it.
So
There's
that,
no
and that's
question.
probably why the director's pretending like it didn't even happen.
Yeah.
Oh no, it didn't happen. We just acted it out and talked about it, but it didn't actually happen. Well, it's sounding like it didn't happen, and they cut it. So they were actually planning on it. They were like, wait a minute. I don't want to lose money on this.
Let me ask you this question, Gothics. Do you still award them your money then? If they had it in but cut it? Go ahead.
No, and this is why I don't think Gladiator needed a remake. I liked it the way that it was.
Let's say it was a movie you wanted to see.
It's a movie that I wanted to see, and there was a
My
gay
Little
thing
Pony
in
or
there, and then I mean, maybe it really just depends. Like, I still try to go to the movie theaters when it's like a discount night, but most of the stuff that comes out, I just wait for it to come on streaming because I don't feel like putting money into all these things that I know I'm going to be funding content that they don't actually, that I think it's detrimental for society. Even if they take it out, that's what you were originally going for.
I think if it is surprisingly good, like if I find out, whoa, this is amazing, this is the best thing since Dune, I would probably
Like they
watch
did with
it.
Agatha. Remember when
No,
they
but
did that
if it
with
was for
Agatha?
real, if it was
yeah.
for real, and I'm getting trusted sources like that are saying, wow, this is a must watch, this is incredible, it's legendary, I would probably, I'd probably watch it. Like because, obviously with them even filming that and even wanting them to do that is disappointing, but with it not actually being in there, if it was legendary, I would still watch it, but it would have to be legendary.
Yeah, I really think it depends. Like, I'm not one of those people that I'm just like, everything is woke and I'm just not gonna watch it. If I have enough interest, I will watch it. This is not one of those movies for me in this situation, but I mean, I think that they removed the kiss because they were gonna get a lot of backlash. Personally, when they first released the trailer of Gladiator and they had hip hop music playing, that was like, I'm not interested.
That was a bigger faux pas.
Also,
They're like,
I don't
black
like-
person rap music. Must
I
be
don't
rap
like
music."
Pedro Pascal at all. So that's another reason why I don't want to watch it. But I mean,
But I think let's say take Gladiator out of it.
Okay.
If there's a movie that I wanted to see and I found that they filmed some gay shit, but ultimately cut it, I'd still see it.
Yeah.
Like, I think you still support it.
Yeah.
Because if you still don't go and see it, because the notion of it, I mean, if you're just boycotting Hollywood, that's fine. But like, if they made the correct decision, then I think that should be supported. Like, look what happened to Joker 2. $50 million budget on the first Joker movie, $1.2 billion at the box office, $200 million budget on Joker 2, gay musicals, Joker gets anally raped, and all this shit, and it loses $100 million. I think it grossed about $200 million worldwide, which means it lost because they never include marketing in the budget. So they lost about $100 to $150 million. Like, I like this. Like, do make a good movie, get paid. Make a bad movie, don't get paid. And I think that we're gonna see more of that. I just saw Heretic, which you girls might not like because people who are like really educated on religion had some gripes about it. But I thought it was awesome. Highly recommend. Slow burn thriller, totally unique. Essentially, these two Mormon girls go to a guy's house, and then they get trapped there. I won't wreck anything else because that's all in the trailer.
Yeah.
But the whole movie, you're like, is this guy really evil? Is he a religious zealot? What's going on? And I was like, awesome. And there was no gay shit in it. There was no girl bossing in it. The girls were vulnerable. They were, you know what I mean? Like, although they did outsmart the man, but so what? It wasn't like they weren't punching him through a wall or something stupid like that. So like, I tweeted about that on Sunday. I'm like, go see this movie because like, if you watch the trailer, if you like the trailer, go see it. Because I think that one thing that our communities don't do a good job on is supporting the good stuff, like stuff that's actually out there and needs it. Because that's why it doesn't get made. Like Midsummer wasn't a great movie, but at least it was totally unique. So I have like a personal policy where I'm like, I went and saw the movie. Like I paid to see it in the theater because I'm like, I want more of these. I want more unique shit. I don't want more gay shit. I didn't want to see the Joker 2 out of principle, but then once they hired Lady Gaga and then all that other stuff, it was very easy to not see it. But like, I don't want to see Gladiator 2 for the same reason Gothic said. It didn't need a sequel. It's just a cash grab. And I think this movie will not do well at the theaters. I could be wrong. I mean, Denzel Washington is still A-list. Pedro Pascal is B-list-ish.
I'm sick of seeing him in everything.
He's
I'm just
the
annoyed.
list.
B-list, yeah. Yeah. Robo Guy, by the way, geez, thank you. Says,
Robo Guy!
Yeah, for the federal judges I know, I just sent a super chat about it. But Trump just came out with a post urging the Senate GOP to stop Dems from appointing them, stacking the courts. Hope it works, but I'm unsure since most of them are like rhinos. Hey, I know that for a fact that Barron watches our show. So maybe your super chat got to Barron, which got to Trump. You never know. The one last shout out, by the way, I want to shout out 5G Free. 5G Free is another Rumble brand. 60% of US adults have had their data hacked or exposed. Your phone and laptop are practically open books for anyone looking to track your every move. That's why 5G Free's Faraday laptop and phone holders are a game changer. These aren't just cases, they're signal blocking shields that cut off GPS, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and more to protect your data's privacy and shield you from EMF radiation. Don't wait for them to admit the risks. Head to 5G.com, 5gfree.com, sorry, that's the number 5, and use code The Quartering to get 15% off. Take control and protect yourself now. Link is in the description, and 5gfree.com has a ton of other cool stuff to check out too. How are you enjoying being on the show, Gothics? This is day 2 now. How you having
I
a good
like
time?
it. You tripped me up at the beginning with the game show awards, but I like it. I'm just like, I don't know what we're talking about.
Yeah, I try to mix it up. Like, I try to, keep, like yesterday was more kind of hard politics. Today is like more kind of media, and people tune in for like different
Right.
things.
And the cool thing with like 3 people on a panel is that there's some topics that like when it gets really into politics, like I don't know what I'm talking about, so I'm not saying much. So with 3 people, there's usually somebody who can take the lead on a topic.
I think that's good having 3 because I'm not really a political person. I have lots of opinions, but that's dependent on what I'm exposed to. You know?
Right. The and at the end, you saw this yesterday. We tend to take some call-ins, so we're going to take some call-ins.
All right.
Now, if you want to hop in
it
the waiting room, Noble Bushy says, Court Gothics is a good co-host. Good ad. Well, she's only here for a few weeks unless a bunch of people join the website and I can pay her long-term. But that's look at what we added now on the web. So I will notice that we went the whole show. I didn't pitch it. I'm only going to pitch it once per show going forward because I don't want to spam you guys with it. But I would like for you to consider going to thequartering.com/join right now. When you join the show for as little as $8 a month, you get 3 members only videos every single week, only available on thequartering.com. You also get exclusive members only discounts like 15% off ammunition, 20% off Coffee Brand Coffee single order products. So I don't think it works for subscriptions or like the advent calendars. But also you get discounts on Anton's Biltong, Cultivated Mind mushroom supplements, Sheath. Just a ton of the discounts alone pay for your membership. You get the members only stuff. And if that's not enough, you also get access to a members only Discord where I'm actually in there. Right now, we are hoping to, you can see our goal list right now. You see Jess Scally just joined. Huck wants you to join.
All right.
So we're getting close to being able to launch a mobile app. We're close to being able to launch a members only live stream. Okay. Thank you, Huck. You're right. You're ruining my grift. It's mail. The mail comes every day at this time. And he just likes coming to work with me so much. I used to like when he did this, I was like, no, Huck. And then chat started yelling at me saying, that dog needs to come back. So Hucky, thank you, puppy. You saved me. Thank you. He's like, oh, I did good. I'll go back and I'll.
Good job.
Yeah. Come here, Huck. So anyway, hey, Papa. No, he went back. So we're working on a mobile app and we're working on a members only live stream. We probably won't hit that goal until the end of, or probably 2025, but we're really close to hitting our server upgrade number. So Hucky. All right. Hold on. I got to mute while I be mean to him. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's like, oh, he's back on air. He can't yell at me in front of his friends. So anyway, and if you join, I'll give you a shout out today too. But I want you to join to support the show and join the community. It's a lot of fun. It really is. Oh, looks like I don't know how this is showing. Let me actually pull up the site to make sure this is correct so I can give shout outs while people get in the Discord here. So even if the Discord doesn't appeal to you, like you still get the members only videos and you still get the discounts. Or maybe you just want to only be in the Discord. That's fine too. Hucky. All right, enough, Baba. Now he's got the other dogs going downstairs.
Oh.
Hucky. Yeah. Huck, I'm gonna beat you on stream. I'm gonna do it.
If we get 10 more members, he won't beat Huck.
Yeah, 10, we need 10 members to not beat Huck. We have, I think, 4 new members today. Hopefully we can get to 10. That's 6 more. We got Hexa just joined. Hey, thank you. Hurricanes fan. Rah, come here. Up. Come in. Up. Huck, you don't want Huck to get beat, do you?
Look at that face.
Hucky. Yeah. Juscali. Oh, or Just Cali. And the Hero Z1 or Hero Zone. See, I did it again.
The Hero Z1.
Zone. All right, the Hero Zone. Girls, talk amongst yourselves.
What is the dog yelling at? Oh, rough. I just hope we don't get him canceled for yelling at his dog. Remember that Twitch streamer that threw her cat like over her shoulder?
Yes, I remember that. That was I forgot her
Alinity.
name.
Yeah.
Alinity, yeah. She did that and she fed her cat alcohol, or let her cat drink out of her whiskey bottle.
I don't care so much about tossing the cat as a 5-cat owner.
Mm-hmm.
If I pick them up, but the feeding it alcohol is not okay.
Yeah, that was definitely not good.
Yeah. All right. So, I could say, what is the number? If 400 people join today, Gothics can have a permanent spot.
400.
Yeah.
What are we at? 40?
Actually, if you for once a week permanent spot, we need 200. That pays. You can do the math in your head on what I pay, and then when I take the membership money, I just pay the co-host with it.
Oh, cool.
So as long as we get enough to cover the pay, then that's how we added. We add I should be keeping some of this money for myself, but I'm an idiot. Okay. I just want to build the show, Hucky. All right, Baba. Yeah. Another delivery came up. That's why.
Oh.
Yeah.
This is our show now.
Yeah. Take on over. Kex says, I just joined. The way you handled the stream and the election have proven you to be an honorable Midwestern man. Cue South Park Colonel Sanders, Eric Cartman meme. Shout out. Thank you for joining. I look forward to you calling in. All right. I'll get Gothics. Are you on Discord?
I can be. I don't even know if I'm in your server.
Yeah, I'll get you in. We'll still just answer. So if you're gonna call in, if you're calling in, just take your call and we'll answer. The caller won't hear you. But you did. Yeah.
Good job, huh?
Yeah. Oh, who's y'all got, Bobby?
Oh,
Dago babies.
Oh,
booty boy.
He's proud of himself.
Yeah, you did it. You protected Daddy. Yay. Okay, you can stay up. Oh, I see what you're doing. You're trying to eat my biltong. Okay. All right. I'm giving him pets, chat. Stop yelling at me. All he does is get pets. Are you a good boy? Yeah. Okay. Down.
Good boy.
All right. Let's grab. Let's see. We got either Sino C or Sino Chi. I'm not totally sure. I think C because there's only one C.
Yes, just one.
All right, Sino C. How are you?
Oh, doing great.
What's on your mind for today?
On my mind today, I just been thinking about all the games I played with my donation earlier. I just thinking there needs to be a change in just the industry, and it's slowly happening, but it's not happening fast enough.
Yeah. Go ahead, Melanie.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it's been slow, but I think I think we're gonna see some big changes. I mean, especially with more of these games failing. Look what happened with Dragon Age: The Veilguard. Even though they tried to change that narrative, they
Yeah.
tried to act like it was a success, and it wasn't. You have journalists backtracking and everything. And I think just with society healing in general, the way that it is after this Trump election and all that, I think we are going to see that reflect in gaming. And I think that next year we're going to see a big difference.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
so too.
I think so. Too. It just takes, unfortunately, all this gaming stuff takes about 3 to 5 years cycle. You can't edit it like
Yeah,
Yep. Yeah,
that's
I think.
true.
Yeah, I think by 2026 we'll have like a golden era, like because we'll have GTA 6, we'll have probably
I'm
some
worried
other.
about GTA 6.
Yeah, that might get released pretty woke because of how they've
People were
been
worried
working on
about
it thus
GTA
far.
5, and that was okay. I think that there'll be less of the like. There won't be any like troon jokes, but like I still think it'll be raw. I think hopefully you'll still be able to have sex with a hooker and then beat her up afterwards and get your money back. That's
I mean, it is a female this time, so it'll be very interesting to be lesbians and stuff.
yeah, it'll be interesting. Yeah, I think it'll get better. I really do. I think you can't put out Concord, Dustborn, and Dragon Age in the same year. And I mean, that's $500 million in lost revenue. You just can't do that.
And we still have Assassin's Creed Shadows to look forward to watching that train wreck.
Yeah,
That's
thing's gonna
true.
lose
That's
200
going to
million
be a
too.
trash fire, but it's going to be great content for our channels.
Yeah.
It's even worse because they made that move, they have potentially now moved it where Monster Hunter is going to be at least along the same time. So they made up something even worse.
Oh,
Yeah,
and
'cause
see,
people will buy
Monster
Monster Hunter.
Hunter's
Yeah.
beta, like their little beta thing already obliterated Dragon Age: The Veilguard. So it'd be funny to see it knock out 2 woke games.
Yeah.
Yes. So I do have one last question because I know you guys probably have a bunch of people.
Yeah.
If there's one thing you guys can change from gaming, or like bring back or remove, what would you choose?
All right, we'll answer on the stream. So Gothic's.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Thanks, bud. One thing to change, or one thing? Did you say one thing? What was it? One thing
One
to change,
thing
or one?
in a
What?
game, did he say?
I think in the
game or in
gaming
general?
industry. I
Oh.
think just in
On the
gaming industry.
industry.
Yeah.
Oh.
If I can go back in time, I would kick out all the activists and say, "Stay out!
Yeah.
I don't want any of it."
I-
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I mean, I think that's about it. Like, I'm a little bit more, I guess, cynical in terms of like thinking that the gaming industry is gonna heal, because I think we will always have people that just want to self-insert their own personal experience into video games. So I don't know, maybe it will heal, but I think it's gonna be a long time.
One
Make
thing,
chicks beautiful again. Make
Yeah,
make
make-
men beautiful again.
make
through
the
video game.
characters beautiful again. I would remove the troons.
Yeah.
Just remove the troons.
That's solid.
And something I would change, I think gaming needs to go back to focusing on being actual games and prioritizing gameplay and even allowing more difficult gameplay, because we saw a big shift in games even as early as like PS3 era, where they started making games easier. They started making games focus more on cinematic experiences because they thought there wasn't a market for games to be difficult for the new
Yeah.
audiences. And so instead they
And that
became
industry
these,
failed too.
yeah, and they became these massive budget cinematic experiences instead of letting video games just be video games. So I want video games to have the focus that they used to have on actual gameplay experiences, like cutscenes and all that, be a bonus and a reward instead of the main focus.
Yeah, you used to get cutscenes at the end of a long mission.
Yeah.
Now it's like, even when I play Final Fantasy Online, I'm like, oh fuck, I only have an hour, and there's like an 18-minute cutscene. And I'm
Yeah.
like, I don't have time for this. I don't have time for an incredibly long cutscene. Yeah, that's one. Let's grab Noble. What's up, Noble?
Hey. Well, what a great Tuesday, huh?
Yeah, it's been great.
You know, I just wanted to piggyback on something that Gothic said. If she could go back in time and kick out all the wokies, I was thinking about that. It would only push it off a few years because they're going to find seats of power. And so I was just thinking, fighting the culture war doesn't have to be a slog. You don't have to win everywhere all the time.
Right.
Just find something you're into and do your best. Like doing your best, doing something good is winning the culture war. Find some place you have some influence. Me, I'm trying to influence this community called The Quartering, which we want more members, more chats. We have some fantastic calls. Gold will be out for a little bit because of the Trump economy. He's already gotten a new opportunity. It's going to keep him from being able to call in for a while.
Well, that's good.
Like, we'll sit there and chat for hours.
Yeah, and there's a gingerbread contest going on in the members community that Hannah Claire is going to run. So that's why you
awesome.
want. Yeah, you're going to want to join for that.
But just want to encourage people. The quartering communities, the Discord is a fantastic place to be. Just find a place to start and just engage and pay attention. If you have a game company you like, just pay attention. And if something goes weird, just tell people, talk about it, even write the company, buy some shares and get on the shareholder meeting. There are little things you can do. It's not that hard to win if you just find a place to start. Just want to encourage everybody with that.
Hey, thanks for the call, Noble. Good as always.
My pleasure.
All right, we got two more. I'm going to get Kexa Hexa because he's brand new, and then we'll go to our boy Omega. What's up, Kexa Hexa?
Nothing much. It's wonderful to actually be in a live stream with you.
Hey, wow, yeah. Listen to your audio, man. Are you like a voiceover guy?
No, I am in the fortunate position, which will never be bought by the bots, if you catch my drift, as far as the AI.
Yeah.
I'm in electrical engineering.
Oh, right.
And I love signal processing.
Okay. Very cool. What's on your mind?
Nothing. Just wanted to take the opportunity with the little amount of time you've granted me to say that I really like what you guys are doing. This was a very unique stream for me to tune in, and you really are a proper businessman. You're a modern day entrepreneur. So you actually have made my job easier as far as where to find coffee. So
Yay!
Yeah, right on. Yeah.
And of course, the only thing I have, if I do call in, or if I do well on these types of streams and you want me back, I just ask that my identity be preserved as well as it can be. Obviously, I can de-anonymize myself anytime here and now, and I'm not going to comment on, just my name. It means Cookie Ewitch. So I think that's a very appropriate name for the kind of work that I do.
Yeah, I get it. Okay.
All right.
And your home address was for the people at home?
So let's just say I've got back in the internet days, from the 4chan days. I'm behind 18 proxies. Who the fuck are you?
Yeah, I love it. Thanks for calling in, bud.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah. And then we'll finish up with Omega. What's going on, my friend?
All right, thank you.
You're
hello, Melanie.
Hi.
Hello, Jeremy.
Hello, and Gothix is here.
And Gothix, yes. You know what? I was going to bring up this. You know what? That's a subject that I was talking about for quite some time, about the effects of corn, so to speak. And, I was in a bunch of, back in the day, I was in a bunch of MGTOW groups and stuff like that. And I decided to leave the whole MGTOW thing alone because the simple fact is that many of them wanted to talk about how corn is better than dealing with real women. I said, I said, to be honest with you, when you try to replace that, and then when you get to the point to where you want to be with an actual woman, you're going to have stage fright because your brain is rewired in a perverse kind of way.
Yep.
Yeah, you're 100% right.
Yeah, and then I get all of the naysayers and blah 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 blah. Oh, you're just speaking from your religious perspective, blah 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 blah. The funny thing is, when I argue with someone, I never argue from a religious perspective because I know that the religious perspective is not always accepted. So therefore, I go from a neutral perspective that basically is general, which has the same moral principles.
Yeah, I think
I see her rolling up, Uber black Cadillac, high heel boots, and a sexy body full of tats. Baby's bad, oh baby's hella bad. After her there ain't no coming back. Wanna take a run at that? I think she's feeling me. Turn it up a few degrees. My imagination of her body gets the best of me. Oh gosh, she's such a tease. Big lips, bruised knees. I'm addicted to her, need her touching me. Cause she got a bad little waist, and we tearing down this place. Off the liquor that we chase. Casamigos to the face, baby, I don't need no space. Coming closer for a taste, and I'll show you how I make everything just fade away. Cause she's like sex, drugs, cocaine, body so insane. Jealous of the clothing that she wears up on a tight frame. All game, no shame, baby came here to play. I feel like an addict cause she's sex, drugs, cocaine. Got a fine little body and her mind's kinda naughty. They say that once you taste it, you cannot replace it. She could get you high, all the dopamine inside triggers fast once she's naked. Her body's a creation. They say the devil made her for his entertainment, but even he couldn't learn how to contain it. Her high heels make a damn good statement. There is no replacement, a body by Satan. She got a bad little waist, and we tearing down this place. Off the liquor that we chase. Casamigos to the face, baby, I don't need no space. Coming closer for a taste, and I'll show you how I make everything just fade away. Cause she's like sex, drugs, cocaine,